Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1: Origins of the Second Wizarding War. Long before the Ministry of Magic acknowledged the truth, long before the wizarding world prepared for conflict, the seeds of the Second Wizarding War were being quietly sown in the shadows. It began on a warm summer evening in June, when the Triwizard Tournament, intended as a celebration of international magical cooperation, instead became the stage for darkness to return. In the maze of the third task, amid the twisted hedges and magical obstacles, young Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory reached for the gleaming Triwizard Cup simultaneously. Neither could have known that this seemingly triumphant moment would mark the beginning of the darkest chapter in recent wizarding history. The cup, transformed into a portkey by a faithful Death Eater, transported them away from the safety of Hogwarts to the graveyard in Little Hangleton, where tombstones cast long shadows in the fading light. There, in that isolated place of death, Lord Voldemort regained his physical form through ancient dark magic. Magic that required the unwilling sacrifice of Harry's blood, the willing sacrifice of his servant's flesh, and the unknowing sacrifice of his father's bone. The ritual, performed in a large cauldron beneath the indifferent stars, restored the Dark Lord to a corporeal existence after 13 years of shadow-like survival. Cedric Diggory, a young wizard of exceptional fairness and talent, became the first casualty of this new conflict. His death, seemingly inconsequential to the Death Eaters gathered in the graveyard that night, would later be recognized as the opening tragedy in a sequence of losses that would mark the wizarding community for generations. His body, returned to Hogwarts by a traumatized Harry Potter, lay as silent testimony to the truth that the Ministry would soon work so hard to deny. In the immediate aftermath, as the shock rippled through Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore moved with the quiet urgency of one who had long feared this moment. While the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, retreated into the comfort of denial, Dumbledore dispatched his loyal supporters to gather intelligence and prepare for the conflict to come. Sirius Black was sent to alert the old crowd. Hagrid and Madame Maxime were directed to the Giants, and Severus Snape, carrying the heaviest of burdens, returned to his dangerous role as a spy within the Dark Lord's inner circle. The Dark Lord himself, newly restored but wisely cautious, chose not to announce his return with immediate dramatic action. Instead, he gathered his strength in secrecy, calling forth his old followers and punishing those who had abandoned his cause. In a dilapidated manor house that had once belonged to his Muggle father, Voldemort began to weave his plans for conquest, vengeance, and immortality. The Death Eaters, some eager and others fearful, answered their master's call. The silver masks that had inspired terror during the First Wizarding War were donned once again as witches and wizards who had claimed innocence through coercion, or who had bought their freedom through wealth and influence, returned to kneel before the Dark Lord. Lucius Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, Avery, and others formed the core of his initial supporters, joined by the escaped prisoners from Azkaban, who had never renounced him. Bellatrix Lestrange, whose fanatical devotion had only intensified during her years of imprisonment, chief among them. During this period of quiet consolidation, Voldemort focused on two primary objectives that would define the early phase of the war. First, he sought the full contents of the prophecy that had led him to attack Harry Potter as an infant. believing it might contain information crucial to eliminating the boy who had thwarted him so many times. Second, he began recruiting dark creatures to his cause. Giants, werewolves, and dementors, knowing their power would significantly strengthen his forces when the time came for open warfare. The summer following Voldemort's return passed in an atmosphere of strained normalcy for most of the wizarding world. Daily life continued as it always had, with witches and wizards going about their business, unaware of the darkness gathering at the edges of their society. But there were signs for those who chose to see them. Mysterious disappearances began to occur, reminiscent of the early days of the First Wizarding War, and strange whispers circulated among those creatures sensitive to shifts in magical power. Within the Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge's administration embarked on a deliberate campaign to discredit Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. Articles in the Daily Prophet questioned Harry's stability and painted Dumbledore as a power-hungry old man losing his grip on reality. This official denial served Voldemort's purposes perfectly, allowing him time to build his strength while the potential opposition remained fractured and unprepared. Meanwhile, in the ancient house of the Black family at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore reformed the Order of the Phoenix, protected by the Fidelius charm, with Dumbledore himself as secret keeper. The headquarters became a hub of quiet resistance. Veterans of the First Wizarding War like Alastor Moody, Remus Lupin, and Kingsley Shacklebolt worked alongside newcomers such as Nymphadora Tonks and Bill Weasley. Together, they began the dangerous work of tracking Death Eater movements, protecting likely targets, and gathering intelligence about Voldemort's plans. The efforts of the Order, however, were hampered by the Ministry's refusal to acknowledge the threat and by the necessary secrecy of their operations. Without official sanction, their resources were limited, and their actions had to remain in the shadows to avoid both Death Eater attention and Ministry interference. Despite these challenges, they established watch rotations to guard the prophecy in the Department of Mysteries, knowing that Voldemort sought it. At Hogwarts, the Ministry's interference took the form of Dolores Umbridge, sent as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, but carrying a broader mandate to bring the school under Ministry control. Her presence represented the political battleground the war had already become, as she systematically undermined Dumbledore's authority, suppressed any mention of Voldemort's return, and enforced a curriculum that left students unprepared for the dangers they would soon face. In response to Umbridge's refusal to teach practical defensive magic, a small group of students formed Dumbledore's Army, a secret society dedicated to learning the combat skills they would need in the coming conflict. Led by Harry Potter, who drew on his considerable experience facing dark wizards, these young witches and wizards represented the next generation of resistance, though they could hardly have understood the significance of their actions at the time. As winter settled over Britain, Voldemort's strategy began to take a more active form. He utilized his mental connection with Harry Potter, sending false visions to lure him to the Department of Mysteries. This manipulation, subtle and insidious, demonstrated the Dark Lord's tactical patience and psychological insight. Rather than attacking directly, he would use Harry's protective instincts against him, drawing him into a trap designed to both obtain the prophecy and eliminate the boy who had become a symbol of his failure. In the quieter moments of this gathering storm, individual choices began to define allegiances that would prove crucial as the conflict intensified. Families like the Weasleys committed wholly to the resistance, despite the personal cost to their reputation and safety. Others, like the Malfoys, bound themselves more deeply to Voldemort's cause, their home becoming a center for Death Eater operations. And some, like the Lovegoods, charted an eccentric but principled path of their own, using their platform to speak truths when the mainstream press would not. The chess pieces were moving into position, though most of the players did not yet recognize the board. The Ministry's denial, the Order's vigilance, the Death Eater's preparation, and the choices of ordinary witches and wizards were setting the stage for a confrontation that would reshape the wizarding world. The Second Wizarding War had begun, not with a declaration or a single battle, but with a quiet resurrection in a forgotten graveyard, and the subsequent alignment of forces that would eventually clash in the open. As we reflect on these origins, we might wonder, had the Ministry acknowledged Voldemort's return immediately, could the worst of the conflict have been averted? How many lives might have been saved if the warning signs had been heeded rather than suppressed? As you drift toward sleep, consider how often in both magical and Muggle history the seeds of great conflict are sown in moments of denial, and how the courage to face uncomfortable truths might be our strongest defense against the gathering dark. Chapter 2. The Ministry's denial. Ancient symbols whisper their secrets through time, just as truth often whispers beneath the thunderous pronouncements of power. In the aftermath of Lord Voldemort's return, the wizarding world stood at a crossroads where fact and fiction intertwined, and where the most dangerous lies were those told by trusted institutions. Tonight, we shall explore the Ministry of Magic's fateful decision to deny the Dark Lord's resurrection, a choice whose repercussions would echo through countless lives. Cornelius Fudge had served as Minister for Magic for nearly 7 years when the news of Voldemort's return reached him. Standing in the hospital wing at Hogwarts, faced with the traumatized Harry Potter and the resolute Albus Dumbledore, Fudge was presented with a truth too terrible to accommodate. The green bowler hat he so often twirled nervously in his hands became still as he made the decision that would define his legacy, the decision to disbelieve. He can't be back, Dumbledore. He just can't be. Those words, spoken in the trembling voice of a man confronting his greatest fear, marked the beginning of a year-long campaign of denial that would leave the wizarding world vulnerable precisely when it needed to be most vigilant. In that moment, Fudge chose political stability over uncomfortable truth, personal comfort over necessary action. The Ministry's denial manifested immediately in small ways. The official statement released the morning after the Triwizard Tournament made no mention of Voldemort, attributing Cedric Diggory's tragic death to a terrible accident during the final task. Aurors who might have been mobilized to investigate remained at their usual posts, and the international allies who could have been alerted continued their normal diplomatic relations, unaware of the shadow that had fallen once more over Britain. Within the wood-paneled offices of the Ministry, whispers of doubt were systematically silenced. Those employees who expressed concern or suggested precautionary measures found themselves assigned to remote departments or overlooked for promotions. Percy Weasley, ambitious and eager to please, became an unwitting enforcer of this atmosphere, delivering memos that subtly reinforced the official position and reporting anyone who questioned it. The Daily Prophet, long accustomed to following the Ministry's lead, became the primary instrument of denial. Its editor, pressured by both Ministry officials and the newspaper's Board of Governors, embarked on a systematic campaign to discredit those who claimed Voldemort had returned. The newspaper that had once celebrated Harry Potter as the boy who lived, now painted him as an attention-seeking youth, with a tenuous grip on reality. Headlines such as Potter's paranoid delusions and Dumbledore, daft or dangerous, appeared with increasing frequency throughout that summer. Rita Skeeter, despite her temporary absence from bylines, had established a template for character assassination that her colleagues now employed with methodical precision. Articles implied that Harry's traumatic past and the pressures of fame had unbalanced him, while suggesting that Dumbledore's advanced age had finally caught up with his formidable intellect. The impact of this campaign reached far beyond the pages of the newspaper. In homes across magical Britain, families gathered around their breakfast tables, reading these accounts and forming opinions based on what seemed to be authoritative reporting. Old Mrs. Longbottom might sniff dismissively and declare it all nonsense, knowing too well the evil Voldemort was capable of, but many others found comfort in the Ministry's denials. After all, life was peaceful, their children were safe at Hogwarts, and the economic prosperity of the post-war years continued uninterrupted. Why question such pleasant circumstances? Perhaps the most insidious aspect of the Ministry's denial was its effect on memory. The First Wizarding War had ended 14 years earlier, and while its scars remained visible for those most directly affected, families like the Boneses, the Pruitts and the Longbottoms, for many others, the terror of those times had faded. The Ministry's reassurances fell on ears already primed to accept them, as people naturally resisted returning to the constant vigilance and suspicion that had characterized the war years. Cornelius Fudge, for his part, transformed from a relatively benign administrator into a man obsessed with maintaining his position and protecting his worldview. His fear, originally centered on the prospect of Voldemort's return, gradually shifted to focus on Albus Dumbledore. In the quiet evenings in his office, as he reviewed intelligence reports and correspondence, Fudge convinced himself that Dumbledore coveted the minister's position, that tales of the Dark Lord's return were merely a strategy to destabilize the ministry and pave the way for a change in leadership. This paranoia found its most tangible expression in Educational Decree No. 22, which allowed the ministry to appoint Dolores Umbridge as defense against the dark arts teacher when Dumbledore could not fill the position. Umbridge, with her saccharine voice and iron will, became Fudge's proxy at Hogwarts, tasked with bringing the school under ministry control and suppressing any talk of Voldemort's return. The classroom where students should have been learning to defend themselves against dark magic became instead a silent place of theoretical study. Umbridge's curriculum, designed explicitly to deny the need for practical defensive skills, left an entire generation of young witches and wizards unprepared for the conflict that approached. Her favorite phrase, "There is nothing waiting out there, dear," echoed the ministry's broader message. There is no danger, there is no enemy, there is no need to prepare. As autumn leaves fell across the grounds of Hogwarts, Umbridge's influence expanded through a series of additional educational decrees. Each new proclamation posted on the ancient stone walls of the castle further restricted the flow of information and the autonomy of both students and teachers. The High Inquisitor inspected classes, interrogated professors about their teaching methods, and banned student organizations that might foster discussion about forbidden topics, most notably Voldemort's return. Meanwhile, behind the limestone facade of the Ministry of Magic, more substantial changes were taking place. Funds that might have been allocated to the Auror Department for recruitment and training were instead directed toward internal security and surveillance. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement found itself focusing increasingly on minor infractions and administrative violations rather than investigating the disappearances that had begun to occur with disturbing regularity in outlying magical communities. Arthur Weasley, working in his modest office in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department, observed these shifts with growing concern. The lifts and corridors of the ministry, once filled with the purposeful energy of public servants, now carried an undercurrent of tension. Conversations stopped when certain people approached. Colleagues eyed one another with suspicion, and those known to be aligned with Dumbledore found themselves increasingly isolated. Perhaps most troubling was the treatment of those who dared to speak openly about Voldemort's return. Sturgis Podmore, caught during order business near a high-security door in the ministry, received a 6-month sentence in Azkaban. The message was clear. The system that should have been mobilizing to protect against the Dark Lord was instead being used to silence those who acknowledged his existence. The Order of the Phoenix, operating from the shadows, watched this systematic denial with growing alarm. Their meetings at Grimmauld Place became strategy sessions not only for countering Voldemort, but also for navigating the hostile environment created by the Ministry. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, maintaining their positions as Aurors, walked a precarious line between their official duties and their commitment to the truth. By winter, the effects of the Ministry's denial had created the perfect conditions for Voldemort's quiet consolidation of power. While magical law enforcement focused inward, Death Eaters recruited freely among those dissatisfied with the current regime. While the Prophet discredited Dumbledore, the Dark Lord's supporters whispered their own narratives in corners of society already sympathetic to pure-blood ideology. And while Fudge fortified his political position, The enemies he refused to acknowledge grew stronger in the darkness his denial created. The tragic irony of this period was that the Ministry's efforts to maintain a sense of normalcy and security achieved precisely the opposite effect. By denying Voldemort's return, they granted him the most valuable resource possible: time to gather his forces, time to formulate his strategies, time to position his agents within the very institutions that should have been defending against him. For Harry Potter, isolated at Hogwarts under Umbridge's watchful eye, the Ministry's denial created a painful dissonance between what he knew to be true and what the world seemed determined to believe. The teenager who had witnessed Cedric's murder and Voldemort's rebirth found himself labeled a liar in the press, whispered about in corridors, and officially silenced by Umbridge's detentions, where the words, "I must not tell lies," were etched into his skin as surely as the truth was etched into his memory. As the winter snow blanketed the grounds of Hogwarts and the streets of London alike, the gap between reality and the Ministry's artificial peace widened. The question hanging in the frosty air, unasked in public but whispered in private, was how long this facade could be maintained. How many disappearances could be explained away as coincidence? How many strange incidents attributed to accident or misunderstanding? How long could Fudge continue to turn his gaze from the gathering darkness? The answer would come sooner than anyone expected, in a confrontation that could no longer be denied. But until that moment of reckoning, the Ministry's campaign of disbelief continued, a monument to how institutions can fail precisely when they are most needed to fulfill their purpose. As you drift toward dreams tonight, consider this: what truths might we be collectively denying in our own world? What warnings do we silence because acknowledging them would require us to change or to act? Is there comfort in denial that makes it seductive, even when acceptance of reality, however painful, might be the only path to safety? Chapter 3. The Order of the Phoenix Reformed. Beyond the edges of ordinary perception, resistance movements form in shadows, brought together by common purpose and shared courage. As the Ministry buried its head in denial and Voldemort gathered his dark forces, a counterbalance emerged. A fellowship of witches and wizards, bound not by ambition or fear, but by their commitment to stand against the encroaching darkness. Within hours of Voldemort's resurrection in that distant graveyard, Albus Dumbledore set in motion plans that had lain dormant for 13 years. As the Hogwarts term ended in confusion and grief, the headmaster dispatched Sirius Black with a simple but significant instruction: alert the old crowd. This phrase, seemingly casual, activated a network of individuals who had fought together during the First Wizarding War, people who would recognize its meaning and respond accordingly. The ancestral home of the Black family at number 12, Grimmauld Place, became the unlikely headquarters for this reborn resistance. Hidden between numbers 11 and 13 on a Muggle street in London, the townhouse had stood empty since the death of Sirius's mother, with only the house-elf creature for company. Dark and foreboding, with its serpent door knockers and troll-leg umbrella stand, the house seemed an improbable sanctuary for those fighting against the Dark Lord. Yet its very nature made it ideal, heavily protected by generations of magical security, unknown to Death Eaters, and now further concealed by the Fidelius charm with Dumbledore himself as secret keeper. The first meeting of the Reformed Order took place in early July, in the long, gloomy kitchen beneath the house. Around the scrub-bed wooden table gathered the veterans of the previous conflict: Alastor Mad-Eye Moody, his magical eyes spinning restlessly; Remus Lupin, prematurely gray and shabby but alert; Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and imposing in his royal blue robes; Elphias Doge, wheezing slightly, but determined; Daedalus Diggle, excitable as ever, with his violet top hat; Emmeline Vance, dignified in her emerald shawl; Sturgis Podmore, with his thick straw-colored hair; and Hestia Jones, pink-cheeked and black-haired. Sirius, as host, presided at the head of the table, a man reclaiming purpose after years of wrongful imprisonment and fugitive existence. Dumbledore stood before them, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the flames. His words were measured, but direct as he outlined the gravity of their situation. Voldemort had returned. The Ministry refused to acknowledge this truth, and thus the responsibility for resistance fell to them. The silence that followed was heavy with understanding. They were, once again, the first and perhaps only line of defense against catastrophe. Yet this was not merely a reunion of old soldiers. The Second Wizarding War would require new blood, fresh perspectives, and additional skills. Among the newcomers was Nymphadora Tonks, her hair a vibrant pink that evening, a metamorph Magus and Aurore, whose youth and energy brought vitality to the group. Bill Weasley, recently returned from Egypt, contributed his expertise as a curse-breaker. Mundungus Fletcher, shifty and malodorous, provided connections to the magical underworld that might prove invaluable for intelligence gathering. And most significantly, Severus Snape, whose allegiance had been questioned during the First War, now served as Dumbledore's trusted spy within Voldemort's inner circle. The Weasley family became central to the Order's operations, with Arthur and Molly offering not only their own considerable talents, but also the unconditional use of their home, the Burrow, as a secondary meeting place. Though their younger children remained officially outside the Order, their household became a haven for members needing temporary shelter or a warm meal. Molly, fiercely protective of her family, embraced this expanding circle of resistance fighters with the same maternal concern she showed her own children, often expressing it through abundant home cooking and hand-knitted sweaters. In those early weeks, the Order established protocols and assigned responsibilities based on members' particular strengths. Kingsley, positioned within the Auror office, monitored Ministry activities and subtly redirected resources where possible. Arthur, from his modest position in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, kept watch for any signs of Death Eater activity affecting the non-magical population. Mundungus, for all his faults, maintained surveillance in places respectable wizards could not go. Tonks used her metamorphosis abilities for undercover work, while Moody's experience made him invaluable in training younger members in constant vigilance. Perhaps the most dangerous role belonged to Severus Snape. Having convinced Voldemort of his continued loyalty, he attended Death Eater gatherings and reported their plans back to the Order. The information he provided, carefully filtered to protect his cover, allowed the resistance to anticipate moves and occasionally thwart them without revealing their source. Few Order members knew the full extent of Snape's involvement, and fewer still trusted him completely, but Dumbledore's confidence in the potions master remained unshakable. The Order's initial operations focused on three primary objectives: guarding Harry Potter, protecting the prophecy in the Department of Mysteries, and gathering intelligence on Death Eater activities. Each required careful planning and exposed members to considerable risk. The watch on Harry, maintained through rotating shifts in the vicinity of Privet Drive, ensured his safety while preserving the blood protection his aunt's home provided. The guard duty at the Department of Mysteries, often conducted under invisibility cloaks during overnight hours, prevented Voldemort from gaining access to the prophecy that had set these events in motion years before. Grimmauld Place itself required substantial work before it could properly serve as headquarters. Years of neglect had left it deteriorating, filled with magical pests and dangerous artifacts. Behind the peeling wallpaper, doxies nested in the curtains, and a boggart lurked in the drawing-room desk. The mounted house elf heads on the staircase, and the portrait of Sirius's mother, which screamed blood purity propaganda whenever disturbed, created a macabre atmosphere at odds with the Order's inclusive philosophy. Cleaning the house became a collective project, with even the younger generations helping during school holidays, though kept unaware of sensitive information discussed in formal meetings. The kitchen emerged as the heart of Order operations, where strategy sessions over cups of tea and Molly's cooking fostered the camaraderie essential for such dangerous work. The long table witnessed heated debates about tactics, emotional reunions between old friends, and quiet conversations late into the night. The ancient stone walls absorbed confidences, concerns, and occasionally grief, as news arrived of disappearances that could no longer be attributed to coincidence. Secure communication became essential as the Order expanded its activities. Members developed a system of Patronus messengers, allowing instantaneous transmission of information without the risk of interception that came with Owl Post. The ethereal silver creatures, Kingsley's lynx, Arthur's weasel, Tonks's rabbit, carried encoded messages between allies, visible only to the intended recipient. For more detailed communications, enchanted parchment and specialized security quills ensured that sensitive information remained protected. The balance between secrecy and effectiveness created constant tension within the Order. Too much openness risked exposure. Too much compartmentalization hindered coordination. Moody, scarred by years of hunting dark wizards, advocated extreme caution, while younger members sometimes chafed at restrictions that seemed to limit their potential impact. Dumbledore, as their leader, navigated these conflicting perspectives with remarkable patience, knowing that both viewpoints had merit. As summer progressed into autumn, the Order faced the additional challenge of managing their relationship with Harry Potter himself. The boy who had witnessed Voldemort's return was kept deliberately isolated at Privet Drive, receiving minimal information despite his central role in events. This approach, intended to protect him both physically and psychologically, instead fostered frustration and resentment. The attack by Dementors in Little Winging and Harry's subsequent disciplinary hearing only heightened tensions, though it ultimately resulted in his placement under direct Order protection at Grimmauld Place. The arrival of Harry at headquarters brought a new dynamic to the Resistance. Though still underage, and thus excluded from full membership, his presence reminded everyone of the stakes involved. The prophecy that Voldemort sought so desperately was not merely an object to be guarded, but a prediction concerning this specific young wizard. His questions, sometimes angry and often insightful, forced Order members to articulate their strategies more clearly and challenged assumptions that had gone unexamined. Sirius, in particular, found himself caught between his role as an Order member and his emotional connection to Harry. As both his godfather and the last link to James Potter, he struggled to balance Dumbledore's instructions regarding limited information with his personal belief that Harry deserved to know the truth about the conflict that centered on him. This tension reflected broader disagreements within the Order about how much risk and responsibility younger generations should bear in the coming war. The Reformed Order operated with minimal resources beyond the personal sacrifices of its members. Unlike Voldemort's forces, they could not draw on vast family fortunes or intimidate others into providing support. What they lacked in material advantages, however, they compensated for with dedication and ingenuity. Repurposed communication devices, extension charms to create secure spaces, protective enchantments developed during the First War, all became part of their arsenal against a better-funded enemy. As the new school year approached, the Order faced another significant challenge, protecting Hogwarts students under the Ministry's increasing control. With Dolores Umbridge installed as defense against the dark arts teacher and High Inquisitor, the school that should have been a fortress against darkness instead became another battleground. Order members with children at Hogwarts advised them to maintain communication through carefully coded letters, while teachers sympathetic to the Resistance, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, did what they could to preserve some semblance of proper education despite Ministry interference. By late autumn, the Order of the Phoenix had established itself as a functioning resistance movement, operating beneath the notice of both the Ministry and Voldemort's forces. Its members carried on with their daily lives, working jobs, maintaining families, appearing ordinary, while participating in a secret struggle upon which the fate of the wizarding world might depend. Their meetings continued in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. Their watch rotations persisted at the Department of Mysteries, and their network gradually expanded to include trusted contacts across magical Britain. In this early phase of the conflict, victories were measured not in battles won, but in disasters prevented, information gathered, and alliances formed. The Order's greatest achievement was perhaps that it existed at all. that in a time when the ministry denied the threat, and many chose comfortable ignorance, there remained those willing to acknowledge the darkness and stand against it, whatever the personal cost. As you drift towards sleep, consider the quiet courage it takes to resist when resistance seems futile, to speak truth when lies are more comfortable, to prepare for storms while others bask in false sunshine. What hidden reserves of strength might you discover in yourself if confronted with a choice between what is right and what is easy? Chapter 4: Early Skirmishes. The tension between wizarding tradition and necessary change has often manifested in moments of conflict, where opposing forces first test each other's resolve. As we settle into our exploration tonight, let us turn to the initial confrontations of the Second Wizarding War, moments when shadows became substance, when theoretical threats manifested in tangible danger, and when personal loss transformed abstract conflict into painful reality. The first true battle of this renewed conflict would occur not on an open field, nor in a populous wizarding village, but deep within the labyrinthine corridors of the Ministry of Magic itself. The Department of Mysteries, with its rotating entrance chamber and rooms dedicated to the study of the most profound magical phenomena, became the stage for a confrontation that would shatter the Ministry's carefully constructed denial. In the months leading to this pivotal clash, Voldemort had employed subtle tactics, working primarily through manipulation and misdirection. Having learned from Harry Potter's unexpected ability to resist the Imperious Curse, the Dark Lord turned instead to a more insidious form of control, exploiting the mental connection between himself and the young wizard. Through this link, forged on the night of Lily Potter's sacrifice, Voldemort planted visions designed to lure Harry to the Department of Mysteries, where the prophecy concerning them both was stored. The Hall of Prophecy, a vast cathedral-like space filled with thousands of small, dusty glass orbs on endless shelves, housed the record of Sybil Trelawney's prediction, words that had set in motion the events of both wizarding wars. Voldemort, unable to retrieve the prophecy himself due to the protective enchantments, needed Harry to obtain it. The vision he crafted with meticulous precision depicted Sirius Black being tortured in the Department of Mysteries, knowing that Harry's loyalty to his godfather would overcome any caution. On a warm June evening, as OWL examinations concluded at Hogwarts, Harry and 5 fellow members of Dumbledore's army, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and Ginny Weasley, made their way to London, riding the straws through the gathering dusk. Their journey, born of Harry's desperate belief in his vision and his friend's unwavering loyalty, carried them directly into a trap years in the making. Upon arriving at the Ministry, they found it eerily deserted, the usual bustle of magical government replaced by echoing silence. The polished dark wood floor of the atrium reflected the golden symbols moving across the peacock blue ceiling as they made their way to the lifts that would take them down to the Department of Mysteries. The cool female voice announcing Department of Mysteries heralded their entry into a realm few wizards ever visited, where the most fundamental questions of existence were studied behind locked doors. What they discovered, after navigating the disorienting circular entrance chamber with its identical unmarked doors, was not Sirius in distress, but row upon row of glimmering prophecies, their soft blue glow providing the only illumination in the cavernous space. And there, on row 97, Harry found an orb bearing his name alongside the Dark Lord's, the physical manifestation of the words that had shaped his destiny before he could even speak. The trap, when it was sprung, revealed itself with theatrical flair. Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, led by Lucius Malfoy in his elegant robes and distinctive silver mask. Their objective was simple: convince Harry to hand over the prophecy, which only those about whom it was made could safely remove from its shelf. The negotiation that followed was tense, a verbal duel between teenagers out of their depth and seasoned dark wizards confident in their superior power. When diplomacy failed, chaos erupted. The 6 students, implementing defensive tactics practiced in their secret DA meetings, shattered shelves of prophecies to create confusion, then separated and fled through different doors. What followed was a series of running battles through the department's specialized chambers, the time room, with its dancing light particles and shattered time turners, the planet room, where miniature celestial bodies floated in enchanted darkness, the death chamber, with its ancient stone archway and whispering veil. The Death Eaters pursued with ruthless efficiency. Anton and Dolohov, lean and twisted from years in Azkaban, wielded a purple flame curse that sliced through flesh with terrible precision. The Lestrange brothers, Rodolphus and Rabiston, moved with the coordinated precision of those accustomed to fighting together. Bellatrix Lestrange, whose years of imprisonment had only intensified her fanatical devotion to Voldemort, laughed with childlike delight as she cast unforgivable curses. And through it all, Lucius Malfoy remained focused on the prophecy, the object his master desired above all else. One by one, the students fell to injury or impediment. Luna Lovegood, dreamy even in danger, was struck by a stunning spell that left her motionless on the stone floor. Ron Weasley encountered tentacled brains in a tank that wrapped themselves around him when summoned in confusion, their grip inducing a strange euphoria mixed with pain. Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of her age, fell unconscious from Dolohov's silent curse, saved from worse only by her quick defensive spell. Ginny Weasley suffered a broken ankle, rendering her immobile, while Neville Longbottom, face swollen from a kicked wand, and a Tarantalegra Jinx making his legs dance uncontrollably, refused to abandon Harry despite being barely able to speak. The confrontation culminated in the Death Chamber, where Harry, still clutching the prophecy and supporting an injured Neville, found himself surrounded by Death Eaters with seemingly no escape. It was in this moment of apparent defeat that the tide turned with the arrival of the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius Black, very much alive and determined to protect his godson. Remus Lupin, his calm demeanor giving way to ferocious dueling skill. Nymphadora Tonks, her aura training evident in every precise movement. Alastor Moody, magical eye spinning to track multiple opponents, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, whose deep voice intoned shield charms of remarkable power. The battle that ensued transformed the Death Chamber into a kaleidoscope of multicolored spell light. Jets of red stunning spells crossed paths with the sickly green of the killing curse. Shield charms shimmered like heat hazes in the air before dissipating under the force of dark magic. The stone steps leading down to the dais became treacherous with fallen bodies and the residue of spellwork, while above, the balcony where observers might once have stood became a platform from which combatants rained down attacks. At the center of this maelstrom, the ancient stone archway with its tattered black veil stood impassive, the whispers emanating from beyond its threshold temporarily drowned by the sounds of combat. It was here, on the dais beside this relic of magical history, that the most significant duel of the night took place. Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange, cousins by blood, but separated by the widest possible ideological gulf, engaged in a deadly dance of spellwork and countercharm. Sirius fought with a curious mixture of skill and recklessness, his years of forced inactivity in Azkaban and Grimmauld Place giving way to an almost joyful engagement with danger. "Come on, you can do better than that," he shouted at Bellatrix after dodging one of her curses, his laugh echoing off the stone walls of the chamber. It was this momentary lapse in concentration, this second of triumphant mockery, that created the opening for Bellatrix's next spell, a jet of red light that struck Sirius squarely in the chest. The expression of surprise that crossed his face as he fell backward, his body arcing gracefully toward the veil, contained the recognition of his own mortality that had eluded him throughout the battle. In that eternal moment between impact and disappearance, as his form passed through the tattered black curtain, the wizarding world lost one of its most complex sons, a man who had endured wrongful imprisonment, years as a fugitive, and confinement in his childhood home, only to fall in the first major battle of a war he had barely begun to fight. Harry's scream of denial, raw and primal, expressed what words could not. the sudden severing of a connection that represented his last link to his parents, his brief glimpse of a possible family life, ripped away just as it had begun to form. Lupin's restraining arms, preventing Harry from following Sirius through the veil, trembled with the effort of containing not only the boy's physical struggle, but also his own grief for the last of his school friends. The prophecy, ostensibly the object of the entire conflict, shattered unnoticed in the chaos, its contents lost to all except Dumbledore, who had witnessed its original delivery. The Death Eaters, their mission failed, began a fighting retreat, with Bellatrix breaking away from the main group in triumphant flight. Harry, consumed by a rage beyond anything he had experienced before, pursued her alone through the Department of Mysteries and into the atrium, where he attempted, and failed, to use the Cruciatus curse against his godfather's killer. It was here, in the same atrium where wizards and witches peacefully arrived for work each morning, that the most significant moment of the night occurred. Lord Voldemort himself, abandoning secrecy in his frustration at the failed mission, appeared to rescue Bellatrix and eliminate Harry Potter. Tall, skeletally thin, with crimson eyes and skin pale as death, his presence seemed to drop the temperature of the vast space by several degrees. His wand, raised toward Harry with lethal intent, had barely begun its motion when Albus Dumbledore arrived via the Flu Network. "It was foolish of you to come here tonight, Tom," Dumbledore said quietly, his usual warmth replaced by a cold fury that matched the power evident in his stance. "The Aurors are on their way." What followed was not merely a duel but a demonstration of magic at its most advanced, a contest between perhaps the two most powerful wizards of the age. Water from the Fountain of Magical Brethren rose in a cocoon to protect Harry, then transformed into a serpent of liquid that engulfed Voldemort before being evaporated into steam. Glass from shattered windows rained down, transfigured mid-fall into diamond-like daggers that Voldemort deflected into dust. Fire and wind, shield charms and offensive spells, each cast without verbal incantation, created a display of magical prowess that few living wizards could comprehend, let alone replicate. The duel concluded not with victory or defeat but with Voldemort's possession of Harry, a last desperate attempt to either kill the boy or force Dumbledore to do so in order to target the Dark Lord. The agony Harry experienced as Voldemort's consciousness invaded his own transcended physical pain, becoming an existential contest of wills. Yet it was neither magical skill nor physical resilience that ended this possession, but something Voldemort could not understand or tolerate: Harry's capacity for love, particularly his grief for Sirius, which made continued occupation of his mind unbearable for a being so divorced from human emotion. As Voldemort relinquished his hold and reappeared in physical form, the atrium filled with arriving ministry officials, led by Cornelius Fudge himself. Dressed in his pajamas with a silver traveling cloak hastily thrown over them, the Minister for Magic stood frozen in shock as he beheld what he had spent a year. Lord Voldemort, corporeal and undeniable, before vanishing in a swirl of apparition with Bellatrix Lestrange. "He was there," shouted a scarlet-robed wizard, pointing at the empty space where Voldemort had stood. "I saw him, Mr. Fudge. I swear it was you-know-who." Fudge, his face gray and his mouth working soundlessly, had reached the moment of truth that had been approaching for months. The elaborate construct of denial, the campaign against Dumbledore, the persecution of Harry Potter, all collapsed in that instant of undeniable reality. The headline of the next morning's Daily Prophet said it all: "He, D-Ho, must not be named, returns." The battle at the Department of Mysteries, though relatively small in scale, represented a watershed moment in the Second Wizarding War. The Ministry's acknowledgement of Voldemort's return changed the conflict from a shadow war to an open one. The injuries sustained by the 6 students, none fatal but several serious, demonstrated both the reality of the threat and the courage of the younger generation, who would increasingly bear the burden of resistance. The death of Sirius Black, the First Order casualty of the renewed conflict, brought home the personal cost of opposition to Voldemort's forces. In its aftermath, the wizarding world transformed. Fudge resigned in disgrace, replaced by the more proactive Rufus Scrimgeour. The Ministry implemented security measures that, while necessary, created an atmosphere of constant anxiety. Pamphlets on defensive magic were distributed to all households, public spaces were patrolled by aurors, and travelers were subject to security checks that would once have seemed intrusive. The Muggle Prime Minister was officially briefed on the situation, a step taken only in the most serious magical crises. For Harry Potter, the personal dimension of the war intensified with Dumbledore's revelation of the complete prophecy, the knowledge that he must ultimately become either victim or killer, that neither can live while the other survives. This burden, combined with the fresh grief of losing Sirius, transformed his understanding of the conflict from something external to something profoundly personal, a destiny he could neither escape nor fully comprehend. As summer descended on Britain, the patterns of the conflict began to emerge more clearly. Disappearances became more frequent and less disguised. Florian Fortescue vanished from his ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley, while Ollivander the Wandmaker's shop was found empty with signs of struggle. The bridge collapse in London, attributed by Muggles to structural failure, was in fact an act of Death Eater terrorism. Dementors, having abandoned their posts at Azkaban, bred freely and created a persistent atmospheric gloom that affected even the Muggle population without their understanding its cause. These early skirmishes, the Department of Mystery's battle, the isolated disappearances, the acts of destruction, established the template for what would become an increasingly brutal conflict. The lines were drawn, the principal actors had revealed themselves, and the stakes were understood by all. What had begun with a quiet resurrection in a distant graveyard was now an acknowledged war with casualties on both sides, and no clear path to resolution except through further confrontation. As you drift toward dreams, consider how history often turns on such moments of clarity, instances when denial becomes impossible and reality, however uncomfortable, must be faced. How might our own lives change if we confronted difficult truths with the same courage shown by those young students who followed Harry into danger, armed with nothing but determination and the magical skills learned in secret meetings? Chapter 5. The Fall of the Ministry. Glory and danger have always been intertwined in the struggle for power, as institutions built over generations can sometimes crumble with surprising speed. Tonight, we shall examine one of the most consequential chapters of the Second Wizarding War, the systematic infiltration and eventual capture of the Ministry of Magic, a fortress of governance that fell not through direct assault, but through subtle corruption from within. The resignation of Cornelius Fudge marked the beginning of this new phase in the conflict. Having denied Voldemort's return for a critical year, the minister found his position untenable after the Dark Lord's appearance at the ministry itself. The morning editions of the Daily Prophet that announced Voldemort's return simultaneously carried news of Fudge's departure. His political career ended by what the paper delicately termed a regrettable error of judgment. The wizarding community, whipsawed from complacency to terror overnight, looked to his successor for reassurance and direction. Rufus Scrimgeour, who replaced Fudge after a hasty selection by the Wizengamot, arrived at the minister's office with formidable credentials. His lion-like appearance, tawny hair streaked with gray-yellowish eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles, and a certain battle-hardened grace to his movements, matched his reputation as the former head of the Aurora office. Unlike his predecessor, Scrimgeour harbored no illusions about the gravity of the situation or the identity of the enemy. His first address to ministry employees, delivered in the atrium near the newly restored Fountain of Magical Brethren, established a wartime footing. We face not merely a criminal enterprise, but an existential threat to our way of life. The changes implemented under Scrimgeour's direction transformed the ministry almost overnight. Security checkpoints appeared at every entrance, with visitors subjected to inspections by probity probes and identification verification. The atrium, once a place of casual meetings and conversations, became a zone of hushed voices and suspicious glances. Junior staff members were assigned to guard duty on rotation, while experienced Aurors formed rapid response teams ready to mobilize at the first sign of attack. Pamphlets titled, "Protecting Your Home and Family Against Dark Forces" appeared in every magical household, containing practical advice mixed with reassuring platitudes. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement expanded its ranks, with accelerated training programs for new recruits, and retired Aurors called back to active service. Even the architecture of the ministry reflected this new reality. Certain corridors were sealed, additional protective enchantments layered onto crucial departments, and emergency evacuation plans posted prominently on walls where interoffice memos had once been the only decorations. Yet beneath this appearance of decisive action, fundamental vulnerabilities remained unaddressed. The ministry's structure, departments largely operating independently, information closely guarded between divisions, personal rivalries, and political factions created natural fault lines that Voldemort's agents could exploit. The very buffers designed to prevent any single person from controlling the entire apparatus of government made coordinated defense more difficult. The infiltration began at the margins, in positions that seemed insignificant, but offered access to sensitive information or control over key processes. A clerk in the Department of Magical Transportation, responsible for monitoring the flu network, came under the Imperious Curse, allowing Death Eaters to track certain travelers and occasionally redirect connections. An assistant in the portkey office, similarly compromised, could ensure unauthorized portkeys went undetected. A security guard at a secondary entrance, his mind no longer his own, could admit visitors without proper screening during his shifts. Yaxley, a Death Eater who had escaped prosecution after the First Wizarding War by claiming to have acted under the Imperious Curse, coordinated much of this infiltration. With his respectable appearance and knowledge of ministry protocols from his previous legitimate employment, he moved through the building without attracting undue attention, identifying targets and opportunities. His particular focus became the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where he systematically compromised staff members through a combination of the Imperious Curse, blackmail, and in some cases, willing recruitment. Concurrent with this internal subversion, external pressure mounted through a campaign of targeted violence. Emmeline Vance, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, was killed in a location suspiciously close to the Prime Minister's residence, suggesting a breach in security information. Amelia Bones, the highly capable head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was found dead in her home, despite extensive protective enchantments. Her murder demonstrating that even the most senior officials were not beyond Voldemort's reach. Igor Karkaroff, former headmaster of Durmstrang, who had betrayed Death Eater identities after the First War, was found dead in a shack in the north, the dark mark hovering above his body as a warning to others who might consider disloyalty. These assassinations served multiple purposes, eliminating effective opposition, demonstrating Voldemort's growing power, and creating vacancies that could be filled by those sympathetic to his cause. With each death, the network of resistance within the ministry weakened, while fear prompted some officials to cooperate with Death Eater, demands out of self-preservation rather than ideological alignment. Despite these concerning developments, Scrimgeour maintained a public face of confidence. His appearances in Diagon Alley, flanked by aura guards, were designed to reassure the magical population that the ministry remained in control. The Daily Prophet, now acknowledging Voldemort's return, but carefully managed to avoid spreading panic, portrayed the minister as a wartime leader, making difficult but necessary decisions. Special editions highlighted successful operations against known Death Eaters, while downplaying the increasing number of disappearances and attacks that went unsolved. Scrimgeour's relationship with Albus Dumbledore during this period remained complex and ultimately counterproductive to unified resistance. Both men recognized the threat posed by Voldemort, but fundamental differences in philosophy and approach prevented effective collaboration. Scrimgeour, a career law enforcement officer, believed in centralized authority and the power of institutions. Dumbledore, who had repeatedly declined the position of minister himself, operated through personal networks and individual agency. Their occasional meetings at the ministry were correct, but cool, with neither fully trusting the other's methods or motives. The minister's attempt to forge a public alliance with Harry Potter proved equally unsuccessful. During a Christmas visit to the Burrow, Scrimgeour proposed that Harry make occasional appearances at the ministry, ostensibly to boost morale, but actually to create the impression that the chosen one endorsed the government's approach. Harry's refusal, based on his objection to the continued imprisonment of innocent people like Stan Shunpike and his loyalty to Dumbledore, deepened the divide between the ministry and those who would eventually prove most crucial to Voldemort's defeat. The most significant blow to ministry resistance came with Dumbledore's death at the end of the school year. Though the full circumstances remained unclear to most, the official story involved a duel with Severus Snape, though details were conspicuously sparse. The psychological impact was profound. For many within the ministry, Dumbledore had represented the ultimate failsafe against Voldemort's complete victory, a wizard of such power and wisdom that his mere existence offered reassurance. With his passing, a collective sense of inevitability began to settle over those who had been fighting to maintain normal governmental functions. In the weeks following Dumbledore's funeral, the pace of infiltration accelerated dramatically. Pius Thickness, who had succeeded Amelia Bones as head of magical law enforcement, fell under the imperious curse through Yaxley's careful manipulation. This represented a critical tipping point. Control of magical law enforcement meant control of the Aurors, the most significant internal security force, and the only department capable of organized resistance within the ministry structure. The summer brought increasing darkness, both literal and figurative. Dementors, now breeding freely and no longer confined to Azkaban, created a perpetual misty chill across the country. Disappearances became so common that the Prophet moved these reports from the front page to a dedicated interior section. Public gatherings diminished as families chose to remain in their homes behind whatever protective enchantments they could manage. The wedding of Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour represented a rare celebration in this atmosphere of growing dread, a momentary reassertion of life's continuity in defiance of encroaching darkness. It was during this wedding celebration that the final act in the ministry's fall began. Kingsley Shacklebolt's Patronus arrived at the festivities with a simple but devastating message: the ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour is dead. They are coming. In that moment, the last pretense of normalcy vanished, replaced by the reality that had been approaching for months. Voldemort now controlled the apparatus of magical government. The coup itself was executed with clinical precision. Death Eaters, some already positioned within the ministry, and others arriving through security checkpoints, compromised by imperious guards, moved simultaneously throughout the building. Rufus Scrimgeour, isolated in his office for what he believed was an emergency briefing, found himself confronted by multiple opponents. Though details of his final stand would never be fully known, those who discovered his body afterward noted signs of extensive torture, suggesting he had refused to provide information, likely regarding Harry Potter's whereabouts, even in his final moments. Key resistance figures within the ministry were eliminated or neutralized in the same coordinated action. Some were killed outright, particularly those in senior positions who could not be trusted under the imperious curse due to their magical skill or mental strength. Others, deemed useful for their expertise or connections, were placed under magical control. A third category, perhaps the most troubling, consisted of those who willingly aligned themselves with the new regime, either out of genuine ideological sympathy or a calculated bet on which side would ultimately prevail. By morning, Pius Thickness had been installed as Minister for Magic, his mind no longer his own, but his public persona maintained, to provide a veneer of legitimacy. The Wizengamot, partially purged and partially controlled, offered no resistance to this transition of power. Official communications described the change as an internal reorganization in response to ongoing security concerns, with no mention of Scrimgeour's death or the true nature of the new leadership. For ordinary ministry employees arriving at work, the transformation was presented as administrative rather than revolutionary. New directives to follow, new priorities to address, but the familiar structures of bureaucracy seemingly intact. This appearance of continuity represented one of the most insidious aspects of the takeover. By maintaining the external functions of government while redirecting its purposes, the Death Eaters ensured that the machinery of administration became a tool for implementing their ideology. Identity cards were still issued, regulations still enforced, paperwork still processed, but all now serving a radically different agenda. Many employees, particularly those in specialized or technical roles, could convince themselves they were simply continuing their professional duties, even as those duties increasingly contributed to oppression. The changes became impossible to ignore, however, as new policies were rapidly implemented. The Muggle-born Registration Commission, ostensibly established to investigate the theft of magical power by those without wizarding ancestry, represented the most visible manifestation of the regime's blood purity ideology. Under the direction of Dolores Umbridge, who found in this new order an opportunity to exercise her particular brand of cruelty with official sanction, the commission began summoning Muggle-born witches and wizards to interviews that functioned as trials without legal protection or right of appeal. Those who appeared were interrogated, had their wands confiscated, and in many cases were sentenced to Azkaban for fictional crimes. Simultaneously, the Department of Magical Education issued new curriculum requirements, emphasizing blood status theory and the dangers of Muggle influence. The Prophet, now completely under ministry control, began publishing pseudo-scientific articles about the natural magical hierarchy and profiles of magic-stealing Muggle-borns, supposedly living in luxury on abilities taken from legitimate wizards. Propaganda posters appeared throughout the ministry and Diagon Alley, depicting Muggle-borns as sneaking thieves or threatening monsters, their physiognomy deliberately distorted to appear subhuman. Security within the ministry transformed from protection against external threats to enforcement of internal compliance. The atrium, once the welcoming center of magical government, now featured a massive black stone statue replacing the Fountain of Magical Brethren. This new monument depicted a witch and wizard seated on ornately carved thrones made from contorted human bodies, clearly Muggles, their faces etched with pain. Beneath this grotesque display, rendered in capital letters, the motto, "Magic is Might," established the philosophical foundation of the new order. For those ministry employees who recognized the horror of what was occurring but feared the consequences of resistance, small acts of sabotage became a form of defiance. Paperwork for the Muggle-born Registration Commission mysteriously disappeared, or contained errors that delayed proceedings. Warnings were discreetly passed to those targeted for investigation. Some employees created false identity documents for Muggle-borns, attempting to flee the country. These actions, while insufficient to challenge the overall direction of the ministry, nonetheless saved individual lives and represented the persistence of conscience within a corrupted institution. More organized resistance came from those who chose to leave the ministry rather than serve under its new leadership. Arthur Weasley, long relegated to the obscure misuse of Muggle artifacts office, but respected for his integrity, became one of many pure-blood employees who failed to appear for work after the takeover, correctly anticipating that his family's known association with Harry Potter and Dumbledore would make them targets. Others followed similar paths, some joining the underground resistance, others going into hiding with their families, and some fleeing the country entirely. The undesirable system, implemented within weeks of the coup, formalized the identification and pursuit of regime opponents. Harry Potter, designated Undesirable Number 1, had his face plastered on posters throughout magical Britain, with a substantial reward offered for information leading to his capture. Others associated with the Order of the Phoenix, or known to oppose Voldemort's ideology, received similar designation, creating a legal framework for their persecution. The undesirable list effectively criminalized resistance, transforming political opposition into a status offense punishable by imprisonment or death. To enforce these new priorities, Yaxley established the Snatcher Squads, bands of wizards who operated as bounty hunters, tracking down undesirables and Muggleborns who failed to register with the Muggleborn Registration Commission. These groups, often composed of wizards with criminal backgrounds or those not skilled enough to become Death Eaters, were motivated by financial reward and the opportunity to exercise power with official sanction. Their operations extended beyond ministry premises into the countryside, creating a nationwide network of enforcement that made escape increasingly difficult. For ordinary witches and wizards, not directly targeted by the new policies, daily life under the fallen ministry became an exercise in calculated compliance. Many adopted the habit of repeating approved phrases about blood purity or Muggle inferiority in public, while maintaining private reservations. Social gatherings diminished as people became cautious about what might be overheard and reported. Even in family settings, some parents warned children not to repeat certain statements outside the home, aware that Hogwarts under Death Eater control included mandatory classes in blood status theory, and encouraged students to report subversive comments heard from relatives. The international response to the ministry's fall proved largely ineffective. Other magical governments, dealing with their own infiltration concerns and uncertain about the exact situation in Britain, issued diplomatic statements of concern, but took limited concrete action. Some offered asylum to fleeing British witches and wizards, but coordination between magical governments had never been robust, and the speed of Voldemort's takeover left little time for organized international response. The International Confederation of Wizards, already weakened by Dumbledore's removal as Supreme Mugwump during Fudge's campaign against him, found itself paralyzed by internal divisions about how to address the situation. Within 6 months of the coup, the transformation of the ministry from an institution of governance to an instrument of terror was complete. The physical structure remained. The underground offices, the interdepartmental memos fluttering between divisions, the lifts announcing floor numbers in a pleasant female voice, but its essential character had been hollowed out and replaced. What had taken generations to build as a system for administering magical society, with some measure of justice and order, had become instead a mechanism for implementing the vision of a single megalomaniacal wizard and his followers. The fall of the ministry represented more than a change in leadership. It demonstrated the vulnerability of institutions to subversion from within. The protections designed to prevent any individual from gaining too much power proved ineffective against a coordinated campaign that targeted key positions and exploited existing divisions. The bureaucratic structure that had developed to manage an increasingly complex magical society became, in the wrong hands, an efficient tool for oppression, and perhaps most disturbingly, the majority of those who staffed this system continued their daily work with varying degrees of accommodation to its new direction. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider the responsibilities of those who serve within systems of power when those systems are corrupted. Is there a point at which resignation becomes collaboration? How might we recognize the early signs of institutional capture before it becomes complete? And what courage would we find within ourselves if faced with the choice between comfortable compliance and dangerous resistance? Chapter 6. The Reign of Terror. Beyond the edges of ordinary perception, fear can transform a society more thoroughly than any magic. As the ministry fell under Death Eater control, the wizarding world of Britain entered a period that would later be referred to in hushed tones simply as the Dark Year, a time when terror became not merely an emotion, but a system of governance, when neighbor turned against neighbor, and when the values that had defined magical society for generations were not merely challenged but inverted. The new regime established its priorities immediately. Within days of Pius Thickness's installation as minister, the Daily Prophet announced the creation of the Muggle-born Registration Commission, describing it as a research body established to investigate how individuals without magical ancestry had stolen magical power. The language of theft, deliberate and calculated, transformed a demographic category into a criminal class overnight. Muggle-born witches and wizards who had lived integrated lives within magical society for decades suddenly found themselves reclassified as magic thieves and summoned for registration. The Commission's headquarters occupied a significant portion of Level 2 at the Ministry, adjacent to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a physical proximity that emphasized its quasi-judicial nature. The waiting area outside the Commission offices became a place of palpable dread, where Muggleborns sat on uncomfortable wooden benches for hours, clutching the documentation they had been required to bring: family trees, explanations for any magical relatives, and wand registration papers. The temperature in this space seemed perpetually cold, an effect enhanced by the presence of dementors who floated near the ceiling, ostensibly for security, but primarily to induce a state of hopelessness among those waiting to be called. Inside the Commission's hearing room, the process itself was designed to degrade and humiliate. Muggleborns faced a raised platform where Commission members sat behind a long table draped in black velvet. At the center, typically, sat Dolores Umbridge, wearing a velvet bow in her hair, and the silver locket containing Salazar Slytherin's heirloom, a Horcrux whose dark magic seemed to complement her natural cruelty. The accused stood on a chair in the center of the room, positioned to look up at their inquisitors, while enchanted quills recorded every word for official records. The questioning followed a predictable pattern, designed not to establish facts, but to confirm a predetermined conclusion. From whom did you steal your wand? Which legitimate witch or wizard did you deprive of their magical heritage? How did you perform the illegal enchantment that allowed you to attend Hogwarts under false pretenses? These were not inquiries but accusations framed as questions, allowing no possibility of legitimate magical ability in someone of Muggle parentage. Few records were kept of the specific outcomes of these trials, but the pattern became clear through whispered accounts from those who managed to escape the process. Most Muggleborns had their wands confiscated on the spot, snapped in front of them by Commission security, and were then either released with restricted rights or transferred directly to Azkaban. Those sentenced to imprisonment were led from the hearing room through a side door, beyond which Dementors waited to escort them to the fortress prison that now operated without Ministry oversight, but with Death Eater approval. For those released rather than imprisoned, life became a precarious existence on the margins of magical society. Without wands, they could not perform magic for self-defense, travel via magical means, or work in most wizarding professions. Many found themselves homeless after being dismissed from ministry positions or private employment, their Gringotts accounts frozen pending investigation into illegally obtained assets. Some sought refuge with pure-blood friends or family members who were willing to risk sheltering them, while others attempted to blend into the Muggle world, often difficult after years or decades of living as witches and wizards. The propaganda supporting this system of persecution permeated all aspects of wizarding media and education. The Daily Prophet, once merely biased, became an outright instrument of the regime, publishing daily features on captured magic thieves, with photographs of bedraggled Muggleborns alongside accounts of their alleged crimes. A new textbook, Magic is Might, Protecting Our Magical Heritage, became required reading at Hogwarts, presenting pseudo-scientific theories about blood purity and the biological impossibility of magical ability arising spontaneously in Muggle families. Perhaps most disturbing was the series of educational pamphlets distributed to all magical households, with titles such as When Magic Blooms, Recognizing Signs of Theft in Unexpected Places, and Protecting Your Family Magic, Securing Bloodlines Against Infiltration. These materials, produced with the glossy production values and official seals previously associated with legitimate ministry information, normalized the ideology of blood supremacy and encouraged reporting of suspected magic thieves as a civic duty. While the Muggle-born Registration Commission represented the most visible aspect of the regime's oppression, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement underwent an equally significant transformation under Yaxley's direct control. The Auror Office, once dedicated to combating dark magic, was repurposed to identify and neutralize enemies of magical heritage. Aurors who resisted this redirection found themselves reassigned to menial positions, investigated for supposed ties to undesirables, or simply disappeared, their absence explained as transfers to international postings that never actually existed. A new division within the department, officially titled the Magical Security Force, but commonly known as Snatchers, operated as the regime's dedicated hunters. Unlike Aurors, who required years of advanced magical training and operated under professional codes, Snatchers were recruited for their willingness to use violence and their loyalty to the new order. Some were petty criminals offered pardons in exchange for service. Others were wizards with grudges against specific groups or individuals, and some were simply sadists drawn to officially sanctioned cruelty. These Snatcher squads, identifiable by their casual clothing and distinctive red armbands, operated throughout Britain with broad authority to stop, search, and detain anyone they suspected of being a Muggle-born evading registration or an undesirable resisting the regime. Their primary tool became the Taboo, a powerful spell placed on Voldemort's name that broke protective enchantments and revealed the location of anyone who spoke it. This magical tracking system exploited the fact that only those actively opposing Voldemort typically had the courage to say his name, effectively turning an act of defiance into a method of capture. The Snatchers' methods were deliberately unpredictable and brutal, designed to instill fear beyond their actual numbers. A family might be sleeping peacefully in their magically protected home when Snatchers suddenly appeared in their bedroom, the protection shattered by someone miles away speaking a tabooed name. Travelers on country roads found themselves surrounded by apparating Snatchers who had detected the name during distant conversations. Even private discussions in supposedly secure locations could trigger the taboo, leading to raids that demonstrated no place was truly safe from the regime's reach. For those unfortunate enough to be captured by Snatchers, the experience was designed to break both body and spirit. Physical violence was routine, not merely functional but performative, intended to demonstrate the captor's absolute power. Prisoners were typically bound with anti-disapparition jinxes, their wands confiscated, and then transported to collection points, where their identity would be verified against the undesirable registry, or the list of Muggle-borns who had failed to appear for registration. High-value captures, particularly those connected to Harry Potter or the Order of the Phoenix, were delivered directly to Malfoy Manor, which had become the Dark Lord's headquarters. The once elegant drawing room of this aristocratic home, with its crystal chandelier and ornate furnishings, was transformed into an interrogation chamber, where Bellatrix Lestrange often conducted questionings personally. The screams that echoed through the manor's corridors during these sessions caused even some Death Eaters to avoid certain wings of the house at particular times. Azkaban, meanwhile, transformed from a prison into something closer to a death camp. With Dementors free to feed on prisoners without restriction, many inmates lost sanity within weeks rather than the years it had previously taken. No medical care was provided, inadequate food was delivered at irregular intervals, and the cells, never comfortable, deteriorated into truly inhumane conditions. Death among prisoners became so common that weekly rather than monthly body removals became necessary, with corpses simply vanished rather than returned to families. The treatment of magical creatures under the regime reflected its broader philosophy of domination and hierarchy. House elves faced increased abuse as pure-blood families, emboldened by the new order, discarded even the minimal protections that social custom had previously established. Goblins, always maintaining an uneasy relationship with wizard governance, found their limited rights further restricted, with Gringotts subjected to security inspections that amounted to sanctioned theft of goblin artifacts. Centaurs in the Forbidden Forest reported increased incursions from Death Eaters, seeking to put the half-breeds in their place, while merpeople in magical lakes retreated to deeper waters to avoid similar harassment. For half-bloods, who constituted the majority of magical Britain's population, daily life became an exercise in careful self-presentation and strategic invisibility. While not explicitly targeted like Muggle-borns, They operated under constant suspicion, required to produce blood status documentation during routine interactions with authorities. Many chose to emphasize their wizarding ancestry while downplaying any Muggle connections, some going so far as to alter family records or claim distant relationships to known pure bloodlines. Those who could not convincingly establish acceptable heritage often lost employment opportunities, saw their children subjected to additional scrutiny at Hogwarts, or found themselves repeatedly stopped for random verification by patrolling snatchers. The regime's control extended beyond physical enforcement to psychological domination through environmental changes. Diagon Alley, once vibrant with colorful shop displays and bustling crowds, became a shadow of itself. Many businesses closed, their windows boarded and doors sealed. Those that remained open operated under subdued conditions, blinds partially drawn, inventory reduced to essentials, and customers hurrying through transactions rather than lingering to socialize. Propaganda posters covered available wall space, depicting Muggle-borns as grotesque caricatures or celebrating magical purity, with images of fair-haired witches and wizards standing triumphant over cowering figures. Hogsmeade, the only all-wizard village in Britain, suffered similar transformation. Dementors patrolled the main street, ostensibly seeking undesirables, but creating a perpetual atmosphere of misery that drove away casual visitors. The Three Broomsticks, once warm and welcoming, became a place of hushed conversations and suspicious glances, where patrons watched entrances and kept their wands accessible beneath tables. Zonko's joke shop closed entirely, humor itself becoming quasi-seditious in an environment where any gathering might be interpreted as potential resistance. Even the weather seemed to reflect the darkness of the times. Dementors, breeding unchecked throughout the country, created a persistent mist that dimmed sunlight and lowered temperatures year-round. This perpetual gloom affected even Muggles, who experienced it as an unusually depressing period without understanding its magical cause. Meteorological records from this time show significantly reduced sunshine hours across Britain, with corresponding increases in reported depression among the general population, a literal shadow cast by the magical regime across the entire nation. For the average wizarding family attempting to navigate daily life without attracting attention, new routines emerged. Parents escorted children directly to approved activities rather than allowing them to travel independently. Conversations in public spaces became carefully modulated, focusing on innocuous topics and avoiding any mention of absent friends or colleagues who might have relocated under suspicious circumstances. Many households established password systems and recognition signals even among family members, knowing that Polyjuice Potion or the Imperious Curse might turn loved ones into unwitting infiltrators. The monitoring of magical communication became another hallmark of the period. Owlpost was subject to routine interception, with the Owl office at the Ministry expanded to include a dedicated censorship department. Flu network connections underwent security recertification, a process that allowed for the installation of monitoring charms on private fireplaces. Even enchanted items like the two-way mirrors or communication coins previously used by Dumbledore's army became dangerous to possess, as specialized detection spells could identify unauthorized magical transmissions. However, within this atmosphere of oppression, embers of resistance continued to glow. The most visible form of this defiance came through Potterwatch, a clandestine radio program broadcast on frequently changing frequencies, accessible only to those who knew the correct password. Hosted by Lee Jordan under the pseudonym River, with regular contributions from Fred Weasley, J.J. Rapier, Kingsley Shacklebolt, J.J. Royal, and Remus Lupin, J.J. Romulus. The program provided accurate information about Death Eater activities, confirmed deaths that the Prophet refused to report, and maintained morale by sharing stories of successful resistance. More direct opposition came through an underground network that emerged to help Muggle-borns escape Britain entirely. Using a combination of Muggle transportation methods and carefully planned magical assistance at key junctures, This loose confederation of pure-blood sympathizers, half-blood intermediaries, and international contacts created escape routes primarily to France and Ireland. The network had no central leadership, a deliberate choice that prevented any single capture from compromising the entire operation. But certain names like Dirk Cresswell and Ted Tonks became associated with particularly successful evacuations before their eventual capture and execution. At Hogwarts, resistance took yet another form under the leadership of Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, and Luna Lovegood, who reconstituted Dumbledore's army as a student opposition movement. Their activities ranged from minor acts of defiance, graffiti declaring Dumbledore's army still recruiting, to more substantial interventions like helping targeted students escape punishment, operating from the Room of Requirement, which adapted to become both headquarters and eventually a sanctuary for students in greatest danger. The D. maintained Harry Potter's original mission of preparing students to defend themselves, now with the imminent threat of the Carrow's discipline rather than abstract future dangers. Severus Snape, installed as headmaster and presumed to be Voldemort's loyal servant, navigated a nearly impossible position throughout this period, required to maintain his cover as a Death Eater, while secretly working to protect students from the worst excesses of the Carrows. He performed a continuous balancing act that satisfied neither side entirely. His apparent coldness and occasional public cruelty maintained his standing with the regime, while subtle interventions, redirecting punishments, creating bureaucratic obstacles to the most extreme measures, and occasionally failing to notice resistance activities, represented his hidden allegiance to Dumbledore's final instructions. For ordinary witches and wizards caught in this nightmarish reality, moral choices became increasingly complex. The question of when to speak out versus when to protect oneself and one's family had no simple answer. Those who formerly considered themselves good people found themselves making compromises they would have once thought unthinkable, remaining silent as colleagues were taken away, participating in implementing discriminatory policies to maintain their positions, or providing information to authorities out of fear rather than conviction. Others discovered courage they hadn't known they possessed, taking seemingly small but significant risks to aid those in danger or maintain human decency in an inhuman system. The regime's power reached its zenith in the early spring of 1998, when the magical population had been thoroughly subdued through a combination of actual violence and the perception that resistance was futile. Death Eater ideology had permeated institutions so completely that its premises went increasingly unchallenged, even in private conversations. The hunt for Harry Potter continued without success, but the system of oppression functioned regardless of his capture, grinding forward with mechanical efficiency in advancing the pure-blood agenda. Yet even at this moment of apparent triumph, the regime contained the seeds of its eventual downfall. Systems built entirely on fear generate compliance but not creativity or true loyalty. The wizards and witches staffing ministry departments performed their duties with technical correctness, but without initiative or investment. Pure-blood families, initially supportive of policies that elevated their status, began to recognize that Voldemort's vision offered them not partnership but servitude. And throughout the country, in hidden rooms and whispered conversations, the question began to circulate with increasing urgency, not whether the Dark Lord could be opposed, but when and how the opportunity might arise. As you drift toward sleep, consider how terrifying systems often appear most invincible at the moment before their collapse. What unseen resistances might be building within structures of oppression? How does the human spirit maintain its capacity for hope when all visible evidence suggests despair is the only rational response? And what quiet acts of courage might we be capable of when confronted with systems that demand our moral surrender? Chapter 7. Resistance movements. Ancient symbols whisper their secrets through time, as do the voices of those who refuse to surrender to darkness. Throughout history, when oppression seems most complete, resistance movements emerge like the first green shoots after a devastating forest fire, fragile at first glance, yet containing within them the potential for renewal. The The Second Wizarding War was no exception to this pattern, as networks of defiance took root even as the Death Eater regime consolidated its power. Perhaps the most accessible form of resistance began with sound waves traveling through the night air, connecting isolated pockets of opposition through a clandestine radio program known as Potterwatch. Broadcasting on frequently changing frequencies and protected by passwords known only to trusted listeners, this underground network provided what had become dangerously scarce under the new regime: unfiltered truth. The program emerged from the creative determination of Lee Jordan, who had honed his announcing skills as the enthusiastic if occasionally partisan commentator for Hogwarts Quidditch matches. Operating under the pseudonym River, Lee transformed his natural eloquence and humor into something more purposeful, a voice that acknowledged the gravity of their situation without surrendering to despair. Broadcasting equipment, hidden in a series of rotating safe houses and protected by layers of concealment charms, allowed his voice to reach kitchens and living rooms, where families gathered around receivers, wands touching the wireless sets to find the correct frequency after whispering that evening's password. "Lightning has struck." I repeat, "Lightning has struck," became one of the most treasured phrases a listener could hear. The code indicating confirmed sightings of Harry Potter, alive and free despite the regime's intensive hunt. These rare updates provided tangible evidence that resistance remained possible, that the symbol of opposition to Voldemort continued to elude capture. Each confirmation sent ripples of cautious hope through networks of listeners who passed the news through coded phrases in seemingly casual conversations. The brilliance of Potterwatch lay not merely in its transmission of facts, but in its cultivation of community. Regular contributors like Fred Weasley, Josh Rapier, whose irreverent humor punctured the regime's attempts at creating an atmosphere of invincible authority, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Josh Ryle, whose deep, reassuring voice carried the gravitas of his former Auror status, and Remus Lupin, Josh Romulus, whose thoughtful analysis provided context for isolated events. Together they created a sense that organized opposition existed, that listeners were not alone in their refusal to accept the new order. The program performed multiple crucial functions, confirming deaths that the Daily Prophet refused to report, tracking Death Eater movements, debunking propaganda, and providing practical advice for defensive magic and evasion techniques. Perhaps most importantly, it maintained morale by sharing stories of successful resistance, tales of Muggleborns escaping capture, snatchers being thwarted, and ordinary witches and wizards performing small acts of sabotage or kindness that collectively undermined the regime's authority. The penalties for being caught listening to Potterwatch were severe, typically involving immediate arrest and interrogation about one's connections to other listeners. Families developed elaborate systems to guard against discovery, wards that detected approaching magical presences, designated watchers who could provide warning, and quick concealment charms for the wireless sets themselves. The risk was considered worthwhile, not just for the information received, but for the emotional sustenance of hearing familiar voices speaking forbidden truths. While Potterwatch provided the soundtrack for resistance, a more tangible network emerged to facilitate the physical escape of those most directly targeted by the regime. This underground railroad for Muggleborns operated without central leadership, a deliberate design choice that prevented any single capture from compromising the entire system. Instead, it functioned through localized nodes of helpers connected by carefully compartmentalized knowledge, where each participant knew only the immediately adjacent contacts in the chain. The escape routes typically began with a warning, often delivered by a sympathetic pure-blood colleague or neighbor, that a Muggleborn's name had appeared on the Registration Commission's imminent summons list. Safe houses, frequently ordinary-appearing cottages or urban apartments belonging to half-blood or pure-blood sympathizers, provided temporary shelter while arrangements were made for the next stage of movement. These locations operated on strictly limited time frames, rarely housing fugitives for more than a night or two to reduce the risk of detection. Transportation between safe houses required creative combinations of magical and Muggle methods, designed to evade the magical tracking systems that could detect unauthorized apparition, portkey creation, or broom flight. Muggle taxi services, trains, and buses became essential components of these journeys, with wizarding helpers providing the necessary Muggle currency and documentation. The contrast between the regime's contempt for Muggle society and the Resistance's reliance on Muggle infrastructure represented a particularly poetic form of defiance. Key figures in this network included Ted Tonks, whose Muggle background gave him particular insight into non-magical transportation options; Dirk Cresswell, who had maintained international contacts from his former position in the Goblin Liaison Office; and countless unnamed witches and wizards who opened their homes, shared their resources, or simply looked the other way when strange activities occurred in their vicinity. Many paid the ultimate price for their compassion. Ted Tonks and Dirk Cresswell were eventually captured and executed, their deaths reported as resistance to lawful arrest in a brief ministry notice. The final destinations for these escape routes were primarily magical communities in France, Ireland, and occasionally further locations like Romania or Egypt, where families with connections to Charlie Weasley or Bill's former colleagues sometimes provided longer-term refuge. International magical cooperation proved complex during this period. While no foreign ministries officially recognized Voldemort's regime as legitimate, few took concrete action against it, wary of being accused of interference in British magical sovereignty. Individual witches and wizards abroad, however, often proved more willing to offer assistance, creating informal support networks for British magical refugees. For those unable or unwilling to flee Britain, other forms of resistance emerged within the constraints of continued existence under the regime. The Diagon Alley Underground, as it came to be known, operated through a system of signals and safe commerce in the increasingly desolate shopping district. Certain shopkeepers developed methods to identify customers who might need assistance, a particular phrase inquiring about special stock, a reference to extinct magical creatures, or sometimes simply the recognition of fear in a customer's eyes. Patage's Cauldron Shop became known for its defective products that occasionally found their way into ministry brewing facilities, causing non-lethal but disruptive malfunctions in potions used for verification and control. Quality Quidditch Supplies maintained a backroom business repairing brooms without registration, allowing for untracked transportation. Even Gringotts, despite increased ministry oversight, sometimes misplaced records of accounts belonging to fugitives, with certain goblin cashiers developing sudden difficulties with English when Death Eaters made inquiries about specific vaults. Magical artisans repurposed their skills for resistance. A wandmaker in Manchester, far less prominent than the captured Ollivander, began producing emergency replacement wands for those whose original wands had been confiscated, not as powerful or precise as properly matched wands, but functional for basic defense and daily needs. Enchanted jewelry makers created ordinary-appearing items with concealed protective charms, while potion brewers distributed strengthening solutions and healing draughts disguised as common beverages. But perhaps the most remarkable resistance operation emerged at Hogwarts itself, where students, children in many cases, organized opposition against the Death Eaters, who had overtaken their school. Dumbledore's army, reactivated under the leadership of Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, and Luna Lovegood, until her abduction from the Hogwarts Express during Christmas break, transformed from a study group into a genuine resistance movement. Their headquarters remained the Room of Requirement, which evolved to meet their changing needs, initially providing a practice space similar to its configuration during Harry's leadership, but gradually expanding to include sleeping quarters, food storage, and eventually a fully functioning dormitory, as students sought permanent refuge from the Carrow's increasingly brutal punishments. The room's magic seemed to respond not just to conscious requests, but to the deepest needs of the Resistance, creating a sanctuary that the Death Eaters, despite their control of the castle, could never breach. Recruitment operated through careful observation and personal connections. Students who showed signs of quiet defiance, refusing to participate in practicing the Cruciatus curse on detained first years, accidentally misdirecting their curses during dark arts practice, or subtly helping injured classmates, would be approached indirectly, tested with seemingly casual comments about the regime before being invited to meetings. The enchanted galleons created by Hermione Granger in their 5th year remained in use, allowing for secure communication about meeting times and locations. The DA's activities ranged from symbolic acts of defiance to direct intervention against the worst abuses. Graffiti appeared throughout the castle. Dumbledore's army, still recruiting, or simply Potter lives. In corridors that had been clear minutes before, the enchanted paint resisting magical removal for hours. Suits of armor were bewitched to recite forbidden phrases as the Carrows passed, while Peeves the poltergeist, encouraged rather than restrained by the resistance, reached new heights of disruptive creativity. More substantially, the DA organized rescue operations for students sentenced to the Carrows detentions, which had evolved from writing lines with blood quills to direct application of the Cruciatus curse. Using disillusionment charms, knowledge of secret passages, and diversionary tactics often inspired by Fred and George Weasley's legendary departure, they would extract prisoners from the dungeons where discipline was administered. These rescued students frequently joined the resistance afterward, their experiences under torture having clarified any ambivalence about the regime. Neville Longbottom's transformation during this period became emblematic of the resistance itself, from someone once defined primarily by what he lacked to a leader defined by unshakable moral clarity. His face, increasingly marked by injuries from refusing to comply with Death Eater directives, became a walking testimony to the cost and necessity of opposition. When asked by a first year why he continued despite the punishments, his response, "Because what's right doesn't stop being right when it becomes difficult," was quietly repeated throughout the castle as an unofficial motto. The professors at Hogwarts navigated a complex position between official compliance and covert resistance. Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, and Pomona Sprout maintained a delicate balance, following the letter of new regulations, while finding creative ways to undermine their intent. McGonagall's lessons in human transfiguration somehow always emphasized techniques useful for disguise and evasion. Flitwick devoted unusual attention to shield charms and protection spells for academic thoroughness. Sprout ensured the greenhouses produced abundant dittany and other healing herbs, ostensibly for academic study, but available to those who needed treatment for injuries they couldn't explain. Even Severus Snape, believed by almost everyone to be Voldemort's loyal servant, performed a precarious high-wire act of apparent cruelty and hidden protection. His position required regular reports to the Dark Lord, while preventing the Carrows from implementing their most extreme policies. His methods, bureaucratic delays, technical objections, and occasional direct intervention disguised as asserting his authority, created breathing space for students without compromising his cover. The distance he maintained from both staff and students, his apparent coldness and occasional public harshness, served the dual purpose of maintaining his Death Eater credentials while protecting others from association with him. Outside the main centers of resistance, individual acts of defiance accumulated across magical Britain. A clerk in the improper use of magic office misfiled alerts about underage magic in areas known to have Muggle-born families in hiding. A hit wizard, assigned to Snatcher support, developed a curious tendency to trip at crucial moments during raids. Customers at the Leaky Cauldron left excessive payments that Tom the barkeeper channeled to families who had lost providers to Azkaban. Collectively, these small actions created friction in the machinery of oppression, sand in the gears of a system that required frictionless operation to maintain total control. The resistance drew strength from unexpected sources, including magical creatures whose status under the regime had deteriorated even from their previously marginalized position. Elves, particularly those at Hogwarts led by creatures' surprising transformation into an ally, engaged in their own subtle rebellion, adjusting meal preparations to strengthen those they perceived as opposing the Death Eaters, listening and reporting conversations overheard while cleaning, and occasionally misunderstanding instructions from the Caros in ways that subverted their intentions. Goblins, facing increased restrictions and the confiscation of ancestral artifacts under the magical creatures registration programs, established their own resistance networks centered around Gringotts, but extending to goblin communities throughout Britain. Their ancient magic, different from wizard spellwork and therefore less susceptible to standard detection, created hiding places and warning systems that sometimes intersected with wizard resistance when mutual interests aligned, though centuries of mistrust prevented full cooperation. As winter gave way to early spring in 1998, these various strands of resistance, Potterwatch, the Muggle-born escape network, Dumbledore's army, and countless individual acts of defiance, had created a counterforce to the regime that, while unable to directly challenge its military superiority, nevertheless prevented its complete consolidation of control. The Death Eaters found themselves fighting not just visible opponents, but a pervasive spirit of opposition that manifested in unpredictable ways across society. This resistance proved crucial, not merely for its practical effects in saving lives and maintaining communication, but for preserving the moral imagination of the wizarding community. By demonstrating that opposition remained possible even under seemingly total control, these acts of defiance kept alive the possibility of a post-Voldemort future. Each wireless broadcast, each successful escape, each rescued student represented a refusal to accept the Dark Lord's vision as inevitable or permanent, a collective assertion that another world remained possible. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, pursuing their separate mission to locate and destroy Horcruxes, occasional contact with these resistance networks provided crucial practical support and emotional sustenance. The knowledge that others continued fighting, that their absence didn't mean the abandonment of opposition, helped sustain them through the difficult winter months. In turn, rare confirmed sightings of the Chosen One electrified resistance networks with renewed determination. If Harry Potter still fought, how could they do any less? The relationship between these organized resistance movements and the trio's Horcrux hunt represented different but complementary approaches to opposition. While Potterwatch, the escape networks, and Dumbledore's army focused on immediate preservation of lives and values, a holding action against the darkness, Harry's mission aimed at the only means of permanent victory. Neither approach alone would have been sufficient. Together they maintained both the possibility of survival and the pathway to eventual triumph. As spring advanced and the resistance continued to create spaces of defiance within the Death Eaters' Britain, the questions that would define the final phase of the conflict began to emerge more clearly. Could these disparate resistance efforts eventually coalesce into coordinated opposition? Would the regime's increasing brutality in response to resistance strengthen or weaken its control? And most significantly, would Harry Potter's mysterious mission reach completion before the human cost of continued Death Eater rule became unbearable? As you drift towards sleep, consider the nature of resistance in seemingly hopeless circumstances. What sustains the human spirit when opposition appears futile? How do small acts of defiance maintain the possibility of more significant change? And what reservoirs of courage might we discover within ourselves when the choice lies between compliance with unconscionable demands and resistance at great personal risk? Chapter 8. The Hunt for Horcruxes. The tension between light and darkness has shaped magical history since its earliest days, yet few quests embodied this struggle more profoundly than the secret mission undertaken by three young people during the darkest days of the Second Wizarding War. While resistance movements kept hope alive throughout magical Britain, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger embarked on a journey into the most forbidden realms of magical knowledge, a hunt for the fragments of a shattered soul that held the key to Voldemort's seeming immortality. The trio's mission began in chaos, amid the golden enchantments and white marquee of Bill and Fleur's wedding celebration at the Burrow. When Kingsley Shacklebolt's Patronus arrived with news of the Ministry's fall, the moment of decision arrived without warning. In the instant before Death Eaters apparated onto the property, Hermione's quick thinking, summoning their pre-packed bags, grasping her friend's hands and disapparating, launched them into a period of isolation that would test not only their magical abilities, but the very foundations of their friendship. Their initial refuge in Tottenham Court Road, a busy Muggle street in London, demonstrated immediately how unprepared they were for life as fugitives. The coffee shop where they briefly stopped to gather their thoughts became the site of their first direct confrontation with Death Eaters, Antonin Dolohov and Thorfinn Roll, having somehow tracked them despite their apparent randomness of destination. The skirmish, ending with the Death Eaters obliviated rather than killed, reflected the moral boundaries the trio maintained even as they entered a more desperate phase of the conflict. Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family that Sirius had bequeathed to Harry, offered their first true sanctuary. The building's formidable protective enchantments, reinforced by the Fidelius charm, provided temporary security as they assessed their resources and planned their approach to an almost impossibly vague mission. Dumbledore's limited instructions, find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes, offered direction without specifics, a characteristic approach from a mentor who had always balanced guidance with the necessity of self-discovery. Within the gloomy confines of the old house, the trio inventoried their assets. Hermione's beaded bag containing an improbable library of relevant texts and essential supplies, the mysterious objects bequeathed in Dumbledore's will, the Deluminator to Ron, the tales of Beedle the Bard to Hermione, and the first golden snitch Harry had ever caught, their own considerable magical skills, and most significantly, their combined knowledge of Voldemort's history and psychology. These resources seemed meager against the might of a regime that controlled the Ministry, Hogwarts, and most of magical Britain. Their first substantial breakthrough came through the unexpected cooperation of Kreacher, the house elf, whose transformation from bitter enemy to ally represented one of the most poignant subplots of their journey. His tale of Regulus Black's sacrifice and the original locket Horcrux provided their first concrete lead, the knowledge that one Horcrux had been in this very house, stolen by Mundungus Fletcher after Sirius's death, and subsequently confiscated by Dolores Umbridge at the Ministry. The planning and execution of their Ministry infiltration revealed how much they had grown since their school days. Using Polyjuice Potion to assume the identities of Ministry employees, they navigated the transformed atrium with its terrible Magic is Might monument, a black stone tribute to wizard supremacy, featuring muggles crushed beneath ornately carved thrones. The fountain that had once depicted magical beings in harmony, problematic as that representation had been, was now replaced by this explicit celebration of domination and cruelty. Their paths diverged within the Ministry, Harry following Arthur Weasley's impersonated colleague to search Umbridge's office, Ron dealing with the unexpected complication of his disguise as wife supposedly reigning, and Hermione accompanying Umbridge herself to the Muggle-born Registration Commission hearings. This last deviation proved unexpectedly fortunate, as Umbridge wore the locket openly, using Slytherin's ancestral artifact as a credential to bolster her pure-blood claims. The courtroom scene Hermione witnessed exemplified the regime's cruelty. Muggle-born witches and wizards, interrogated while surrounded by Dementors, their wands confiscated, their very right to magic questioned by a bureaucracy designed to humiliate before punishing. Harry's intervention, stunning Umbridge mid-hearing and retrieving the locket, transformed their Ministry mission from information gathering to rescue operation, as they freed multiple Muggle-borns and fled in a chaotic escape that unfortunately revealed Grimmauld Place's location to Yaxley, who briefly grabbed Hermione during disapparition. Their forest exile began that September day, a period of wandering through Britain's remote landscapes that would stretch through autumn and into the bitter cold of winter. The trio established patterns that love sustain them through the following months, setting protective enchantments around each new campsite, taking turns wearing the locket to distribute its negative influence, continuing research into potential Horcruxes and methods of destruction, and maintaining vigilance through constant relocation. The tent that became their mobile home, borrowed from Perkins of Arthur Weasley's office, represented a peculiar intersection of wizard and muggle solutions, physically unimpressive from outside, but magically expanded within to include a small kitchen, bunks, and a living area. Its canvas walls, hardly substantial against the increasing cold, nevertheless contained their entire world for months of isolation, as they avoided both magical and muggle population centers where they might be recognized or tracked. Perhaps the most insidious challenge they faced came not from external pursuit but from the Horcrux itself. The locket, containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul, exerted a corrosive influence on whoever wore it, amplifying negative emotions, creating irrational suspicions between friends, and gradually eroding the optimism that had initially sustained their mission. This psychological warfare proved particularly effective against Ron, whose established insecurities about his place, alongside the famous Harry Potter and the brilliant Hermione Granger, provided fertile ground for the locket's manipulations. The breaking point came after weeks of minimal progress, dwindling food supplies, and the locket's constant influence. Ron's departure, triggered by a combination of genuine concerns about his family and Horcrux-enhanced jealousy, shattered the trio's unity at their most vulnerable moment. His absence created a new dynamic between Harry and Hermione, characterized not by romantic tension as the locket had insinuated, but by a quiet, shared determination tinged with grief for their missing friend. Their pilgrimage to Godric's Hollow during this period represented both a strategic decision and an emotional necessity. As the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, the village seemed a plausible location for a Horcrux tied to the Hogwarts founders. As the site of Harry's parents' murder and his own survival, it offered personal connection to a history he had never been allowed to fully explore. And as the home of Bathilda Bagshot, it potentially held answers about the mysterious symbol that kept appearing in their research. The triangular sign Hermione had found in the tales of Beedle the Bard, and that had been present at Bill and Fleur's wedding around Xenophilius Lovegood's neck. The Christmas Eve visit to Godric's Hollow, conducted under the disguise of Polyjuice Potion, led them first to the graveyard, where Lily and James Potter were buried alongside generations of magical families. The simple headstone with its message, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death," provided a moment of connection for Harry with the parents he had never known in life. Their visit to the ruined cottage where Voldemort had killed James and Lily, and where the rebounding killing curse had reduced him to less than spirit, held similar emotional significance. The preserved destruction serving as a memorial to that pivotal night. Their encounter with who they believed to be Bathilda Bagshot transformed from opportunity to nightmare, when the elderly historian's form revealed itself as host to Nagini, Voldemort's serpent familiar. The battle in the confined space of Bathilda's home, Harry disoriented by visions of Voldemort's memory from the night his parents died, Hermione fighting to protect both of them from the massive snake, ended in a narrow escape that left Harry's wand broken in the process, a loss that would significantly impact their capabilities in subsequent encounters. The low point of their journey coincided with the depths of winter. Camped in the Forest of Dean, with Harry's wand destroyed, their progress stalled, and Ron's absence a constant reminder of their fragmented state, they faced their darkest moment. It was here, at what seemed the nadir of their quest, that unexpected aid arrived in a form they could never have anticipated. A silver doe Patronus appearing in the forest darkness, leading Harry to a frozen pool containing the sword of Gryffindor. The sword's retrieval from the icy water, and Ron's fortuitous return, guided by the Deluminator's mysterious connection to Hermione's voice, converged in the destruction of the locket Horcrux. The scene within the forest clearing contained all the elements that defined their journey: physical danger as Harry nearly drowned, retrieving the sword; psychological warfare as the locket fought destruction by manifesting Ron's deepest fears about his inadequacy compared to Harry; and ultimately triumph through friendship and courage, as Ron overcame those fears to strike the killing blow. With the trio reunited, and one Horcrux destroyed, a renewed sense of purpose energized their mission. The sword's unexpected appearance suggested Dumbledore's continued influence beyond death, while its proven effectiveness against Horcruxes provided both a method and validation of their approach. Most significantly, Ron's return with news from the outside world, gathered through his brief connection with other fugitives, and from Potterwatch broadcasts, reconnected them to the broader resistance movement from which they had been isolated. Their next investigative thread led to Xenophilius Lovegood, whose strange symbol, now identified as the sign of the Deathly Hallows, promised a new avenue of research. The visit to the Lovegood home, a tower-like structure as eccentric as its owner, introduced them to the legend of three powerful magical objects: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility, which together would make their possessor Master of Death. This tale, initially dismissed by Hermione as mere legend, sparked an obsessive interest in Harry that would temporarily distract him from the Horcrux hunt. The ambush at the Lovegood house, Xenophilius having betrayed them in hopes of recovering his daughter Luna from Death Eater captivity, forced another narrow escape and a re-evaluation of priorities. In the aftermath, camping in yet another remote location, tension developed between Harry's growing fixation on the Hallows, particularly the Elder Wand, and Hermione's insistence on maintaining focus on the Horcruxes. This philosophical division represented more than tactical disagreement. It reflected fundamental questions about power, mortality, and the nature of their resistance against Voldemort. Their capture by Snatchers following Harry's accidental triggering of the taboo on Voldemort's name precipitated the most dangerous phase of their journey. Brought to Malfoy Manor, now serving as Death Eater headquarters, they faced direct confrontation with Bellatrix Lestrange, whose frenzied reaction to the sight of the Sword of Gryffindor suggested another Horcrux might be stored in her Gringotts vault. Hermione's torture under Bellatrix's wand, perhaps the most explicit cruelty they had yet faced, demonstrated that the theoretical dangers of their mission had become painfully real. The escape from Malfoy Manor, facilitated by Dobby the House Elf's loyalty, and ending with his tragic death on the beach at Shell Cottage, marked another turning point. With the information extracted from Bellatrix's reaction and the assistance of the Goblin Griphook, they formulated their most audacious plan yet, infiltrating Gringotts, the wizarding bank famous for its supposedly impenetrable security, to search the Lestrange vault for another Horcrux. The Gringotts break-in showcased the integration of their various strengths: Hermione's precise polyjuice disguise as Bellatrix, Ron's attention to behavioral details that sold their deception, Harry's instinctive decision-making under pressure, and their collective ability to adapt as the plan inevitably encountered complications. Their escape on the back of a half-blind dragon, bursting through the marble floors of the bank into daylight above Diagon Alley, represented both the spectacular nature of their achievement and the increasing visibility of their previously secret mission. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff recovered from the Lestrange vault, confirmed as a Horcrux by Harry's now familiar reaction to its presence, brought their tally to 2 Horcruxes destroyed the diary years earlier, and the locket, and 1 obtained but not yet destroyed. More significantly, Voldemort's reaction to the Gringotts break-in, felt through Harry's mental connection, revealed the Dark Lord's fear as he began checking his other Horcruxes, inadvertently confirming their existence and locations. This intelligence accelerated their timeline dramatically. What had been a methodical search transformed into a race against Voldemort's realization of their mission. With the knowledge that another Horcrux resided at Hogwarts, they apparated to Hogsmeade despite the known risks, triggering caterwauling charms, and nearly being captured before finding unexpected refuge with Aberforth Dumbledore at the Hogshead Inn. The revelations about Albus Dumbledore's past that emerged during their conversation with his brother added complexity to their understanding of the mentor who had set them on this path. The portrait of Ariana Dumbledore, opening to reveal a tunnel into Hogwarts itself, brought their physical journey full circle, returning to where their magical education had begun, but now, as combatants rather than students. Their arrival at Hogwarts, emerging into the Room of Requirement, where Neville Longbottom had established a resistance stronghold, connected their isolated Horcrux hunt to the broader opposition movement. The school they found bore little resemblance to the Hogwarts they had known. Corridors patrolled by Death Eaters, students bearing signs of punishment, the Carrows enforcing discipline through torture, and Severus Snape presiding over it all as headmaster. Yet within this transformed environment, the spirit of resistance remained alive through Dumbledore's army and sympathetic faculty. As word of Harry's return spread through the castle, their mission evolved from covert search to the catalyst for open rebellion. The students and staff who had endured months of Death Eater control rallied to the possibility of direct confrontation, while members of the Order of the Phoenix responded to the call relayed through enchanted coins and other communication channels. What had begun as 3 teenagers with a nearly impossible task became the vanguard of a full-scale resistance movement prepared to make its stand. The hunt for Horcruxes, though central to defeating Voldemort, represented more than a physical search for objects. It constituted an educational journey into the darkest aspects of magical history, a psychological struggle against the corrosive influence of soul fragments, and ultimately a spiritual quest to understand the nature of mortality itself. Through months of hardship, isolation, and danger, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had not merely located pieces of Voldemort's fragmented soul. They had developed the wisdom, resilience, and unity necessary to fulfill the mission Dumbledore had entrusted to them. As you drift toward dreams, consider how the most significant journeys often appear outwardly as movement through physical space, while their true importance lies in the internal transformations they create. What deserts or forests might you be traversing in your own life that are shaping your understanding of yourself and others? What fragments of wisdom might you be gathering that will ultimately coalesce into a more complete understanding of your own purpose? Chapter 9. Key Battles and Confrontations. Glory and danger have always been intertwined in the decisive moments that shape history. As the Second Wizarding War intensified, isolated skirmishes gave way to more significant confrontations that would determine not just individual fates but the future of magical Britain itself. Tonight, we shall explore those pivotal battles where courage was tested, sacrifices were made, and the momentum of the conflict shifted toward its inevitable climax. The pattern of escalation began with what appeared to be a simple transport operation, moving Harry Potter from his childhood home at Privet Drive to a secure location before his 17th birthday terminated the blood protection that had kept him safe. What might once have been a straightforward journey transformed into the Battle of the Seven Potters, as the Order of the Phoenix implemented an ingenious deception using Polyjuice Potion to create multiple decoys, each accompanied by a protective escort. The summer night sky above Surrey became an aerial battlefield as the 7 Potter Hagrid pairs departed in different directions, immediately set upon by waiting Death Eaters who had somehow penetrated the secrecy of their plans. Curses illuminated the darkness as Order members defended their charges against overwhelming numbers, the formations breaking apart as individual duels spiraled across miles of open air. Hagrid's flying motorcycle, inherited from Sirius Black and modified by Arthur Weasley, carried the real Harry through this gauntlet of attacks, pursued most persistently by Voldemort himself after the Dark Lord realized which target was genuine. The cost of this evacuation registered in both lives and injuries. Alastor Mad-Eye Moody fell to a killing curse, his magical eye later desecrated by being installed in Dolores Umbridge's office door. George Weasley lost an ear to Severus Snape's Sectum Sempra curse, and Hedwig, Harry's faithful companion since his introduction to the wizarding world, died protecting her master from an attack. These losses foreshadowed the increasingly personal nature of the conflict, where victory would be measured not just in territorial control, but in the preservation of connections between those fighting for the light. The wedding of Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour represented both a momentary respite and a significant turning point in the war's progression. Held at the Burrow under a golden marquee enchanted to create an atmosphere of celebration, the gathering of friends and family asserted the continuation of normal life, even in abnormal times. Yet this defiant normality shattered with the arrival of Kingsley Shacklebolt's Patronus, announcing the Ministry's fall, followed immediately by the appearance of Death Eaters testing the wedding's protective enchantments. The ensuing chaos, guests disapparating, protective spells failing, masked figures moving through the crowd, marked the transition to a new phase of conflict where no sanctuary remained truly secure. Less visible but equally consequential was the concurrent battle of the Astronomy Tower at Hogwarts. While much of the wizarding world focused on the Ministry coup, Death Eaters infiltrated the school through a vanishing cabinet that Draco Malfoy had spent months repairing, creating a passage between Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley and its twin cabinet within Hogwarts. The resulting confrontation spread from the Room of Requirement through the corridors and staircases of the castle, with members of the Order, who had been stationed as guards, engaging Death Eaters in fierce combat. The battle culminated atop the Astronomy Tower, where Dumbledore, weakened by drinking a mysterious potion while retrieving what he believed was a Horcrux, faced Draco Malfoy, and subsequently Severus Snape. The headmaster's death, falling from the tower after being struck by Snape's killing curse, represented not just the loss of the wizarding world's most powerful protector, but a psychological blow to the resistance that would take months to overcome. The image of the Dark Mark, floating above the highest tower of Hogwarts, signaled a profound shift in the war's spiritual dimension, a visual declaration that no place remained unsullied by darkness. As autumn deepened into winter, confrontations took on an increasingly guerrilla character. The trio's infiltration of the Ministry of Magic to retrieve Slytherin's locket demonstrated the evolution of resistance tactics from direct opposition to targeted operations with specific objectives. Their planning showed sophisticated understanding of Ministry routines, while their execution, using Polyjuice Potion to assume the identities of Ministry employees, reflected growing comfort with morally complex methods necessary for survival under the regime. The operation succeeded in its primary objective of reclaiming the Horcrux from Umbridge, who had been wearing it as a status symbol during her role presiding over the Muggle-born Registration Commission. Yet its broader impact came through the improvised liberation of Muggle-borns awaiting interrogation, whom Harry, Ron, and Hermione guided to emergency exits before their own chaotic escape. This unexpected outcome, freedom for individuals who would otherwise have been sentenced to Azkaban, demonstrated how resistance could simultaneously pursue strategic goals while responding to immediate humanitarian needs. The skirmish at Godric's Hollow months later illustrated the evolving tactics of Voldemort's forces. Rather than direct confrontation, they employed psychological manipulation, using Bathilda Bagshot's reanimated corpse as a vessel for Nagini to lure Harry into a vulnerable position. The battle within Bathilda's cottage, where the serpent emerged from the elderly historian's neck in a grotesque revelation, combined physical danger with profound psychological horror. Hermione's quick thinking and combat skills enabled their escape, though not without cost. Harry's Holly and Phoenix Feather Wand, his constant companion and twin core protection against Voldemort, shattered during their flight. Perhaps the most significant confrontation of this middle period occurred at Malfoy Manor, where Harry, Ron, and Hermione were brought after capture by Snatchers. What began as an apparent defeat, the trio bound and disarmed in the drawing room of a Death Eater stronghold, transformed through unexpected alliances and desperate courage into a pivotal moment in the war. The escape from Malfoy Manor succeeded not through superior magical power, but through the loyalty of those considered lesser beings by Voldemort's followers, Dobby the House Elf and the Goblin Griphook, both representing magical communities marginalized by the wizarding establishment. The drawing room became a microcosm of the larger conflict, as Bellatrix Lestrange tortured Hermione for information about the Sword of Gryffindor, which should have been secured in her Gringotts vault. Below in the cellar, Harry and Ron found unexpected allies in Luna Lovegood, Dean Thomas, Mr. Ollivander, and Griphook, all imprisoned for various forms of resistance or value to the regime. Dobby's arrival, answering Harry's desperate call through the two-way mirror fragment, created the possibility of escape through elf magic unaffected by the manor's anti-apparition jinxes. The confrontation reached its climax in moments of simultaneous heroism across different locations in the manor. Harry disarming Draco Malfoy in the drawing room, claiming ownership of the Hawthorn wand that would later prove crucial. Ron catching Hermione as Bellatrix's chandelier defense collapsed, and Dobby unscrewing that same chandelier through house elf magic, performed without a wand. Their escape to Shell Cottage carried the bitter taste of victory mingled with loss, as Dobby died from Bellatrix's thrown silver knife, a casualty that crystallized Harry's determination to end the conflict decisively, rather than continue the pattern of flight and temporary refuge. The Gringotts break-in represented the most audacious operation of the Resistance, targeting a supposedly impregnable institution at the heart of wizarding financial power. Using multiple forms of deception, Hermione disguised as Bellatrix through Polyjuice Potion, Ron transfigured to appear as a foreign wizard, Harry and Griphook hidden under the invisibility cloak. They penetrated the bank's formidable security systems. Their progress through the marble halls, and subsequently the underground caverns, navigated both magical defenses and the complex politics of goblin-wizard relations, as Griphook's assistance came with motivations beyond simply aiding their cause. The Lestrange Vault itself presented unique challenges. Thief's Downfall washing away magical disguises, Gemino and Flagrante curses multiplying and heating objects at a touch, and treasures haphazardly stacked in precarious arrangements, triggering cascading traps. The recovery of Hufflepuff's cup, confirmed as a Horcrux through Harry's sensitivity to Voldemort's soul fragments, would have represented complete success, had Griphook not seized the opportunity to reclaim the Sword of Gryffindor, abandoning them inside the vault, and raising alarms throughout the bank. Their escape on the back of a half-blind dragon, breaking through the marble floors of Gringotts into open air above Diagon Alley, transformed a covert operation into a public spectacle that announced the Resistance capabilities to the entire wizarding world. Beyond its practical achievement in securing another Horcrux, the Gringotts break-in shattered the aura of invulnerability surrounding Death Eater-controlled institutions. If the supposedly impenetrable wizard bank could be breached, what other pillars of the regime might prove vulnerable to determined opposition? Equally significant was the battle that never occurred, the confrontation at the Lovegood house, where Luna's father Xenophilius attempted to betray Harry to Death Eaters in exchange for his daughter's freedom. The trio's escape, engineered by allowing the Death Eaters to glimpse Harry before disapparating, demonstrated both tactical flexibility and moral complexity. By ensuring their pursuers knew Harry had been present, they protected Xenophilius from punishment for false information, while still maintaining their freedom, acknowledging the impossible position of a father trying to save his child under an oppressive regime. As spring approached, the war's momentum shifted through increasing resistance activities rather than conventional battles. The recapture of the Hogwarts Express by members of Dumbledore's army, freeing students being transported to interrogation at the Ministry, demonstrated growing coordination between various resistance groups. Similarly, the ambush of Snatcher patrols by centaurs in the forests along the Scottish border showed magical creatures taking more direct action against the regime, expanding the conflict beyond purely human participation. Perhaps the most consequential battle of this period involved no direct combat but rather a race for information and position. Voldemort's discovery that Harry was hunting Horcruxes triggered a frantic campaign by the Dark Lord to check on his soul fragments, and a corresponding acceleration in Harry's mission to find them. This parallel urgency culminated in the realization that a Horcrux resided at Hogwarts itself, drawing both Hunter and Creator toward the school that had shaped them both. The trio's arrival in Hogsmeade, despite knowing the village was monitored by caterwauling charms and patrolled by Death Eaters, demonstrated their willingness to abandon caution as the endgame approached. Their rescue by Aberforth Dumbledore, whose grudging aid revealed new dimensions of the Dumbledore family history, and subsequent passage into Hogwarts through a portrait tunnel represented the convergence of separate resistance strands into a unified movement. As they emerged into the Room of Requirement where Neville Longbottom had established a sanctuary for Dumbledore's army, the solitary Horcrux hunt merged with the broader struggle against Voldemort's regime. Word of Harry's return spread through Hogwarts via enchanted coins and whispered messages, summoning former members of Dumbledore's army, and subsequently the Order of the Phoenix through various secret passages into the castle. The Great Hall, once the scene of feasts and celebrations, transformed into a staging area for the coming battle, with students organized according to their willingness to fight or evacuate, protective enchantments reinforced around the perimeter, and strategic positions assigned to defenders throughout the castle and grounds. Minerva McGonagall's duel with Severus Snape in the corridor outside Ravenclaw Tower marked the formal beginning of Hogwarts' liberation. Their exchange of spells, precise, powerful, and demonstrating mastery rarely displayed in classroom settings, ended not with defeat but with Snape's strategic retreat through a window, transforming to bat-like form in flight. This confrontation, witnessed by Harry under his invisibility cloak, represented the reassertion of Hogwarts' true values against the corruption imposed by the Death Eater regime. The castle's preparations for siege incorporated both conventional magic and more creative applications, Professor Flitwick establishing complex protective enchantments around the perimeter, Professor Sprout and Neville preparing venomous tentacula and mandrakes as botanical weapons, and most dramatically, Professor M. McGonagall bringing the statues and suits of armor to animated life with the declaration, "Hogwarts is threatened. Man the boundaries, protect us, do your duty to our school." This integration of the castle's magical features into its defense system demonstrated how Hogwarts itself became not merely the location of the coming battle, but an active participant in it. As the defenders completed their preparations and evacuated younger students through the secret passage to the Hog's Head, Voldemort's magically amplified voice addressed the castle, demanding Harry Potter's surrender in exchange for sparing others. This ultimatum crystallized the moral question at the heart of resistance, whether sacrifice of an individual could be justified to protect the community, or whether such compromise with evil inevitably led to greater destruction. The students' and faculty's unanimous rejection of this bargain, standing with Harry rather than yielding him to the Dark Lord, established the ethical foundation for the battle to come. The sun set on a Hogwarts transformed from school to fortress, with defenders positioned throughout its towers, corridors, and grounds, awaiting the assault they knew would come at midnight, when Voldemort's deadline expired. The approaching darkness brought not just physical night, but the looming confrontation that would determine whether the light of resistance would be extinguished, or whether the darkness that had enveloped magical Britain would finally begin to recede. As you drift toward dreams, consider how history often turns on such moments of convergence, when isolated struggles merge into unified purpose. What separate paths in your own life might be leading toward a common destination? How might challenges faced individually prepare you for collective action when the moment demands it? And what courage might you discover within yourself when standing alongside others who share your deepest values? Chapter 10. The Battle of Hogwarts. Ancient symbols whisper their secrets through time, yet few locations in the wizarding world hold more profound historical significance than Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As midnight approached on that fateful spring evening, the 1,000-year-old castle stood poised between its past as a sanctuary of learning and its immediate future as the battlefield for the most consequential conflict of the Second Wizarding War. The night that followed would forever be remembered simply as the Battle of Hogwarts, a crucible of courage, sacrifice, and ultimate redemption. The first assault came precisely as Voldemort's ultimatum expired, a barrage of spells impacting the protective enchantments that surrounded the school grounds. From the astronomy tower, defenders watched as a dome of invisible energy rippled with light where curses struck its surface. Professor Flitwick's complex layering of shield charms, anti-apparition jinxes, and imperturbable charms, temporarily holding against the combined power of hundreds of dark wizards. The castle trembled slightly with each impact, ancient stone resonating with magical energy, as centuries-old defensive enchantments activated in response to genuine threat. Within the Great Hall, Order members and teachers organized the remaining students and volunteers into strategic groups. Kingsley Shacklebolt, his deep voice carrying naturally across the hall without magical amplification, assigned defenders to each tower and entrance. Professor McGonagall directed the placement of animated statues and suits of armor as a first line of defense along vulnerable approaches. Fred and George Weasley distributed shield garments and defensive devices from their shop's inventory, products designed for amusement now repurposed for protection in deadly earnest. Outside on the grounds, Voldemort's forces established positions along the perimeter of the protective bubble, methodically probing for weaknesses, while giants hammered at the invisible barrier with enormous clubs. Acromantulas from the Forbidden Forest, driven by the Death Eaters into reluctant service, scuttled along the boundary, their massive forms silhouetted against flashes of spell light. Death Eaters in their distinctive masks maintained a continuous barrage, working in coordinated sequences to focus their power on specific sections of the protective enchantments. The breach, when it came, occurred near the covered bridge that spanned the ravine on the castle's eastern approach. A concentrated assault by giants and spellcasters created a fracture in the protective dome that rapidly expanded despite Professor Flitwick's frantic attempts to reinforce it. As sections of the magical shield collapsed, Death Eaters apparated onto the grounds in increasing numbers, while giants waded across the lake, water reaching only to their knees, their massive footfalls sending waves crashing against the shore. With the perimeter compromised, the battle fragmented into multiple fronts. At the viaduct entrance, Professor Sprout led a contingent deploying Devil's Snare and Venomous Tentacula against approaching Death Eaters, the plants entangling and poisoning those who failed to counter them quickly enough. Near the Quidditch pitch, Madame Hooch and a group of students on brooms engaged in aerial combat with Death Eaters, attempting to breach upper windows, their maneuvers reflecting years of sports training now applied to lethal purpose. In the courtyard, animated stone knights formed a phalanx against advancing trolls, their enchanted weapons capable of wounding creatures largely resistant to spell work. Inside the castle, corridors became ambush zones as defenders utilized their intimate knowledge of Hogwarts layout. Suits of armor positioned at corners delivered surprise attacks against Death Eaters rounding bends. Peeves the Poltergeist dropped Snargaluff pods from ceiling heights, their contents spraying acidic sap when they burst. Portraits throughout the castle served as an intelligence network, figures running between frames to report enemy movements to Professor McGonagall, who coordinated responses from a makeshift command center in the Transfiguration classroom. The Room of Requirement, which had served as sanctuary for Dumbledore's army throughout the school year, became a casualty evacuation point, with Madame Pomfrey establishing a field hospital for the wounded. Hannah Abbott and several others with healing aptitude assisted in treating injuries ranging from spell damage to physical trauma inflicted by acromantulas and falling masonry. The portrait tunnel to the Hog's Head remained open, allowing the most seriously wounded to be evacuated to the village for further care. Amidst this chaos, individual confrontations took on both tactical and symbolic significance. Professor McGonagall, Professor Slughorn, and Professor Flitwick engaged Voldemort himself in the Great Hall, three masters of their respective magical disciplines combining their considerable powers against the Dark Lord's terrible skill. Their duel sent chairs and tables flying as collateral damage from spells that cracked stone and scorched ancient tapestries, forcing student defenders to retreat to positions along the walls. Throughout the castle, members of the Order of the Phoenix found themselves facing Death Eaters, with whom they had personal history. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks battled Antonin Dolohov and Bellatrix Lestrange on the grand staircase, spells ricocheting off banisters and shattering portraits of former headmasters who shouted encouragement or advice to the defenders. Kingsley Shacklebolt dueled Yaxley near the entrance to the dungeons, their combat reflecting years of professional magical training on both sides. Auror versus corrupt ministry official, each anticipating the other's techniques. The Weasley family fought as a unit through the corridors of the 5th floor, covering each other's vulnerabilities with practiced coordination. Arthur and Bill focused on direct combat, while Molly maintained powerful shield charms around them. Fred and George employed tactics developed through years of troublemaking, using the castle's features as weapons, animating tapestries to entangle opponents, triggering trick stares to trap pursuers, and deploying modified joke products that produced serious combat effects. In the entrance hall, Neville Longbottom led a group of Dumbledore's army members who had spent the year learning to fight under the harshest conditions. Their spellwork showed the results of months practicing resistance against the Carrows, not textbook perfect but improvised and effective, driven by genuine need rather than academic exercise. The students maintained discipline under pressure, working in pairs to cover one another, demonstrating that their underground training had prepared them for this moment better than any formal defense against the dark arts curriculum could have. As the battle progressed into the early morning hours, the tide began to turn against the defenders despite their courage and preparation. Superior numbers combined with willingness to use the most destructive spells gradually pushed Hogwarts protectors back from outlying positions toward the central castle. Parts of the structure showed significant damage. Sections of wall collapsed by giants' clubs, towers partially destroyed by concentrated spellfire, and fires burning in multiple locations, despite attempts to control them with aguamenti charms. The first significant casualties among the defenders occurred during this phase of the battle. Fred Weasley fell when an explosion collapsed. A corridor wall, his final laugh at Percy's unexpected joke frozen on his face in death. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks, fighting separately by this point, were overcome by Dolohov and Bellatrix respectively. Their bodies later found side by side in the Great Hall, hands nearly touching. Colin Creevey, who had snuck back into the castle despite being underage, was discovered on the grounds by Oliver Wood and Neville, his small form a testament to courage disproportionate to his years. Each loss rippled through the defending force, personal grief temporarily overwhelming tactical focus before transforming into renewed determination. George Weasley, separated from his twin for the first time in death, fought with reckless abandon alongside Lee Jordan, their spellwork increasingly aggressive. Molly Weasley, seeing her son's body among the fallen in the Great Hall, moved to the front lines with a ferocity that surprised those who knew her primarily as a nurturing presence. It was during this darkest hour, with defenders falling and portions of the castle in ruins, that Voldemort's magically amplified voice once again addressed everyone within Hogwarts. The Dark Lord announced a temporary ceasefire, a single hour for the defenders to tend their wounded and reconsider his demand for Harry Potter's surrender. His words echoed through corridors and towers. "You have fought valiantly, but in vain. I do not wish to kill you. I have great respect for the teachers of Hogwarts. I do not want to spill magical blood. Give me Harry Potter, and none shall be harmed." This ultimatum created the battle's most significant moral crucible, whether to sacrifice one for the potential safety of many. The suggestion by a frightened Slytherin student that they should hand over Harry was met with immediate and unified rejection from Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws alike, who physically positioned themselves between Harry and any who might consider Voldemort's offer. This spontaneous gesture of protection demonstrated that, despite casualties and diminishing hope for conventional victory, the ethical foundation of the resistance remained uncompromised. The hour of ceasefire transformed the Great Hall from battlefield to field hospital and morgue. The house tables had been pushed against the walls, with the wounded laid in rows along the center, and the dead placed with dignity in a chamber off the hall. Madame Pomfrey and her volunteer assistants moved from patient to patient, administering essence of dittany to wounds that could be healed and pain potions to those beyond immediate treatment. Families gathered around their fallen private grief, occurring within the communal space of shared loss. It was during this somber hour that Harry Potter, guided by revelations from Severus Snape's memories viewed in Dumbledore's Pensieve, made the decision that would ultimately determine the battle's outcome. Understanding at last his own role as an unintended Horcrux, carrying a fragment of Voldemort's soul since the night his parents died, he recognized that his sacrifice was necessary not as surrender, but as the essential step toward the Dark Lord's ultimate defeat. This realization represented the culmination of Dumbledore's long strategy, only fully comprehensible in this moment of extremity. Harry's walk to the Forbidden Forest became a spiritual journey, as much as a physical one, accompanied by the shades of his parents, Sirius and Remus, temporarily recalled through the Resurrection Stone, hidden within the snitch bequeathed by Dumbledore. He moved beyond fear to acceptance. His passage through the castle and grounds, unseen beneath his invisibility cloak, but witnessing the suffering his sacrifice might end, solidified his resolve. The boy who had once feared death now walked toward it voluntarily, understanding that protection through willing sacrifice represented the deepest magic Lily Potter had once employed to save him. In a small clearing within the forest, surrounded by Death Eaters and Dementors, Harry Potter stood defenseless before Lord Voldemort. The moment held echoes of Godric's Hollow 17 years earlier, another apparently decisive victory about to be undone by magic more profound than the Dark Lord could comprehend. Voldemort's killing curse struck true, sending Harry into a liminal space resembling King's Cross Station, where his conversation with Dumbledore's spirit or memory clarified the choice before him, to move on, or to return to complete his task. Harry's return to consciousness, feigning death in Hagrid's grief-stricken arms, as the half-giant carried him back to the castle, represented the battle's turning point, though few recognized it immediately. Voldemort's procession from the forest presented all appearances of final victory, the apparent death of the Chosen One, Nagini protected within a magical cage, the Dark Lord himself triumphant at the head of his forces. Their arrival at the castle's main entrance, with defenders gathered to witness what seemed to be defeat, created the war's nadir. Yet, within moments, unexpected resistance reignited. Neville Longbottom stepped forward against overwhelming odds, refusing Voldemort's offer to join the Death Eaters, despite the apparent hopelessness of continued defiance. His declaration of continued loyalty to Dumbledore's army and Harry Potter, even believing Harry dead, embodied the core principle that had sustained the resistance, that some values transcend survival. Neville's subsequent action, drawing the Sword of Gryffindor from the Sorting Hat and beheading Nagini, despite the protective enchantment surrounding her, destroyed the final Horcrux and created the conditions for Voldemort's ultimate defeat. This act of courage triggered the battle's renewal with heightened intensity. Reinforcements arrived as centaurs emerged from the Forbidden Forest, firing arrows into the Death Eater ranks. House elves from the kitchens surged forward with carving knives and cleavers, led by Creature crying "Fight for Master Regulus," and villagers from Hogsmeade joined the fray alongside late-arriving families of students and Order members. The unexpected resumption of resistance forced the Death Eaters back into the castle, where combat spread once more throughout corridors and chambers. The Great Hall became the focal point of this final phase, with duels occurring across its expansive floor. McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley simultaneously battled Voldemort himself, while nearby Bellatrix Lestrange fought Hermione, Luna, and Ginny to a standstill. When Bellatrix's killing curse narrowly missed Ginny, Molly Weasley entered the duel with the now famous declaration, "Not my daughter, you bitch." Her subsequent defeat of Voldemort's most fanatical lieutenant demonstrated that maternal fury channeled through magical skill could overcome even the Dark Lord's most dangerous servant. The final confrontation between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort occurred in the center of the Great Hall, witnessed by combatants who instinctively formed a circle around this culminating duel. Harry's revelation of Severus Snape's true loyalty and the Elder Wand's proper allegiance struck at Voldemort's confidence more profoundly than any spell. The explanation of sacrificial protection extended to all Hogwarts defenders through Harry's willing walk to death, illuminated the fundamental magical principle that Voldemort had repeatedly failed to understand throughout both wars, that love expressed through sacrifice creates protection more powerful than any dark magic. The simplicity of the end, a single Expelliarmus from Harry meeting Voldemort's killing curse, the Elder Wand flying from its master's hand rather than harming its true owner, and the Dark Lord's own rebounding curse striking him with fatal effect, belied the complex magical principles and personal journeys that made this outcome possible. Voldemort's body, unremarkable and human in death, despite the inhuman appearance he had cultivated, symbolized the ultimate failure of his quest to transcend mortality through fragmentation rather than acceptance. Dawn broke over Hogwarts as the battle concluded, sunlight illuminating both devastation and the beginning of recovery. The Great Hall hosted an incongruous mixture of celebration and mourning, families embracing survivors while grieving their losses, house elves distributing food and drink to the exhausted defenders, and the injured receiving treatment now unhindered by immediate danger. The bodies of the fallen were arranged with dignity, no longer separated by house affiliations, but honored equally for their sacrifice. The physical reconstruction of Hogwarts would require months of effort from magical architects, craftspeople, and the combined skills of professors, whose knowledge extended beyond their teaching specialties. Yet even in those initial hours after the battle, small acts of restoration began. Professor Flitwick levitating fallen stones back into place, Professor Sprout assessing damage to the greenhouses, and students removing debris from classrooms with determined summoning charms. These efforts represented not just practical necessity, but symbolic commitment to rebuilding what the war had damaged without forgetting what it had cost. The Battle of Hogwarts achieved significance beyond its immediate outcome of Voldemort's defeat. It represented the integration of different magical traditions and communities against a common threat: humans, house elves, and centaurs fighting alongside one another, despite histories of mutual suspicion. It demonstrated how Dumbledore's long strategy, operating through both direct instruction and the cultivation of specific virtues in those he mentored, could succeed even beyond his lifetime. Perhaps most importantly, it showed how a school, a place dedicated to knowledge and growth, could transform into the decisive battleground, not just for territorial control, but for the fundamental values that would shape the post-war wizarding world. As you drift towards sleep, consider how places of learning often become crucibles where societies determine their futures. How might the lessons we absorb in classrooms prepare us for confrontations that have nothing to do with examinations, but everything to do with the principles we choose to defend? What courage might ordinary spaces inspire when transformed by extraordinary circumstances, and what reconstruction might we commit ourselves to after conflicts that leave both physical and emotional landscapes altered? Chapter 11. Casualties and Heroes. The blood-stained history of magical conflict has always been measured, not merely in victories and defeats, but in the individual lives transformed by courage, sacrifice, and loss. In the aftermath of the Battle of Hogwarts, as dawn illuminated the damaged castle and its grounds, the wizarding world began the solemn task of accounting for those who had fallen, and recognizing those whose unexpected bravery had helped turn the tide. Tonight, we shall honor both the casualties and heroes of the Second Wizarding War, remembering that behind each name lies a unique story, woven into the broader tapestry of this conflict. The Great Hall of Hogwarts, usually a place of feasts and celebrations, served as the central gathering place for the fallen in the battle's immediate aftermath. Bodies were arranged with dignity along the center of the hall, no longer separated by house affiliations that had seemed so important in life, now united in the equality of sacrifice. Families gathered around their loved ones, private grief occurring within the communal space of shared loss, the silence occasionally broken by sobs or whispered memories. Among the most deeply felt losses were Fred Weasley, whose body lay surrounded by his devastated family. George, his twin and other half, sat in stunned silence beside him, occasionally reaching to straighten Fred's robes or brush hair from his forehead with a gentleness that belied the ferocity with which he had fought after his brother's fall. The twins had brought laughter and mischief even to the darkest days of the war, their joke shop on Diagon Alley remaining a stubborn splash of color against the encroaching gray of Death Eater occupation. Fred died as he had lived, with laughter on his lips having just celebrated Percy's unexpected return to the family fold with a joke before the corridor wall exploded. Nearby lay Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks, their bodies placed side by side, hands nearly touching in death as they had so often been intertwined in life. Their story embodied both the personal costs of the war and the fragile hope it had threatened. Married for less than a year, new parents to infant Teddy, their future together severed by Antonine Dolohov and Bellatrix Lestrange respectively. Remus, who had endured the burden of lycanthropy since childhood and finally found acceptance and love, had fought with the precision and skill that had made him Hogwarts' finest defense against the dark arts teacher. Tonks, whose metamorphicus abilities and auror training had made her a particularly valuable Order member, had left the safety of her mother's home and her newborn son, unable to remain behind while her husband and friends risked everything. Colin Creevey, small even in death, represented the youngest of the fallen. Still technically a child at 16, he had sneaked back into the castle despite the evacuation of underage students, his determination to support Harry Potter, whom he had admired since first arriving at Hogwarts with his camera and endless enthusiasm, overriding considerations of personal safety. Professor McGonagall's tears fell freely as she arranged his robes, remembering the excited first year who had been petrified during the Chamber of Secrets crisis, yet returned to the wizarding world with undiminished wonder. Lavender Brown, severely mauled by Fenrir Greyback before Hermione's intervention, succumbed to her injuries despite Madame Pomfrey's best efforts. The girl who had once seemed concerned primarily with divination predictions and romantic entanglements had fought with unexpected ferocity throughout the battle. Her growth from somewhat frivolous student to determined resistor representing the maturation forced upon an entire generation by the war's demands. Not all casualties were suffered during the final battle. The war had claimed victims throughout its duration, each death representing not just a tactical loss to the resistance, but the extinguishing of a unique perspective and potential future. Alastair Mad-Eye Moody, fallen during the Battle of the Seven Potters, had been the embodiment of vigilance and determination, his extensive scars testifying to a lifetime of confronting dark wizards. Hedwig, Harry's faithful companion since his introduction to the wizarding world, died in the same battle protecting her master, a seemingly small loss in the scope of war, yet one that severed Harry's last connection to normalcy and innocence. Ted Tonks, Muggle-born and forced into hiding, was killed by Snatchers while attempting to protect fellow fugitives. His death, reported in Potterwatch as a brief announcement, represented the countless Muggle-borns who resisted registration and faced the consequences. Bathilda Bagshot, the renowned magical historian, whose body was desecrated by Nagini's occupation, had her life's scholarship twisted into a trap for Harry, knowledge itself, weaponized by those who respected only power. Dobby the house elf, whose grave overlooking the sea at Shell Cottage, had been dug by hand, rather than magic in recognition of his sacrifice, represented the often overlooked casualties among magical creatures. His death at Malfoy Manor, taking Bellatrix's knife in the process of rescuing those imprisoned there, demonstrated how the war had expanded beyond wizard against wizard to include all magical beings whose freedom and dignity were threatened by Voldemort's vision. Perhaps most complex among the war's casualties was Severus Snape, whose body lay neither in the Great Hall nor among the fallen Death Eaters, but in the Shrieking Shack, where Voldemort had killed him in the mistaken belief that his death would transfer mastery of the Elder Wand. Snape's true allegiance revealed only after his death through the memories he bequeathed to Harry with his final breath, transformed understanding of his actions throughout both wizarding wars. His unfailing though bitter love for Lily Potter had directed his every action since her death, a devotion expressed not through sentimentality, but through the most difficult and dangerous path of resistance, appearing to serve Voldemort while actually working to ensure his defeat. The heroism that emerged during the conflict often came from unexpected sources, as ordinary witches and wizards discovered reserves of courage they might never have known in peaceful times. Neville Longbottom's transformation from forgetful, bullied student to resistance leader represented perhaps the most dramatic arc of growth. His leadership of Dumbledore's army during the Carrow's reign at Hogwarts had prepared him for the moment when, believing Harry dead, he stepped forward alone to defy Voldemort directly. His extraction of the Sword of Gryffindor from the Sorting Hat and subsequent beheading of Nagini completed the journey from underestimated child to wizard worthy of his parents' legacy of resistance. Professor Minerva McGonagall, whose stern exterior had sometimes concealed her deep commitment to her students' welfare, emerged as a crucial tactical leader during the battle. Her animation of Hogwarts statues and suits of armor, her coordination of defensive efforts from multiple houses, and her willingness to duel Severus Snape, despite their long professional association, demonstrated how institutional authority could be wielded for protection rather than control. When she declared Hogwarts is threatened, man the boundaries, protect us, do your duty to our school. She spoke not as a teacher enforcing rules, but as a guardian invoking the castle's deepest magic for its intended purpose. Molly Weasley's defeat of Bellatrix Lestrange represented another form of unexpected heroism, maternal ferocity channeled through magical skill. Known primarily as the nurturing center of the Weasley family, concerned with keeping her children fed and safe, Molly revealed combat abilities that surprised even those who knew her well. Her declaration, "Not my daughter, you bitch," before engaging Voldemort's most dangerous lieutenant showed how protective love could transform from gentle concern to deadly determination when necessity demanded. Among the house elves, Kreacher's leadership of the kitchen staff during the battle represented one of the war's most remarkable redemption stories. From bitter enforcer of the Black family's pure-blood ideology to battle commander calling fight for Master Regulus as he led charge after charge against Death Eaters, his journey embodied the possibility of transcending indoctrination through understanding and respect. The house elves' participation, fighting with kitchen knives and cleavers against fully armed dark wizards, demonstrated how oppressed groups could reclaim agency even within unjust systems. The centaurs, long isolationist in their approach to wizard conflicts, broke tradition by joining the battle's final phase. Bane, who had once threatened Firenze with expulsion from the herd for assisting humans, led his kinsmen from the Forbidden Forest firing arrows into Death Eater ranks with deadly accuracy. Their involvement represented a recognition that Voldemort's ideology threatened not just the human magical community, but all sentient magical beings who valued autonomy and ancient ways of knowing. Aberforth Dumbledore, who had spent decades cultivating the appearance of a grumpy, disinterested barkeep at the Hogshead Inn, while secretly maintaining the portrait passage into Hogwarts, emerged as a crucial support to the Resistance. His Patronus had guided Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the Forest of Dean. His establishment had served as the extraction point for evacuated students, and his combat skills during the battle proved that exceptional magical ability ran in the Dumbledore family, regardless of his deliberate efforts to appear ordinary. The Hogwarts faculty demonstrated how academic knowledge could be applied to warfare when principles demanded defense. Phileas Flitwick, the diminutive charms professor, deployed enchantments of extraordinary sophistication, both defensively and offensively. Pomona Sprout, usually concerned with nurturing plants, redirected her expertise to weaponize magical flora against invaders. Horace Slughorn, despite his historical preference for comfort and connection rather than conflict, led Slytherin reinforcements during the battle's final phase, proving that ambition could find expression in protection, as well as personal advancement. Even among those aligned with Voldemort, moments of redemptive heroism emerged that complicated the narrative of absolute evil. Narcissa Malfoy's decision to lie to the Dark Lord about Harry's status after the confrontation in the Forbidden Forest, declaring him dead when she detected his heartbeat, represented maternal concern overriding ideological loyalty. Her question, "Is Draco alive? Is he in the castle?" revealed that her priority had shifted from Voldemort's victory to her son's survival, a transformation that proved crucial to the battle's outcome. Draco Malfoy himself, though nominally a Death Eater, demonstrated reluctance that amounted to passive resistance throughout the final year of conflict. His hesitation to identify Harry, Ron, and Hermione when they were brought to Malfoy Manor. His apparent inability to kill Dumbledore, despite months of preparation. And his evident distress at witnessing torture in his family home suggested a young man discovering that the pure blood supremacy he had been raised to believe failed to justify its human cost. The students who remained to defend Hogwarts, many still technically children, displayed courage beyond their years. Ginny Weasley fought alongside Hermione and Luna against Bellatrix Lestrange, holding her own against a witch with decades more experience and a sadistic enjoyment of inflicting pain. Luna Lovegood, despite her dreamy demeanor and unusual perspectives, proved a formidable duelist whose unpredictable approach confounded opponents accustomed to conventional combat. Dean Thomas, having survived months as a fugitive avoiding the Muggle-born Registration Commission, returned to stand with classmates rather than continuing his hard-won escape. Beyond individual acts of heroism, collective resistance efforts sustained hope throughout the darkest periods. Potterwatch broadcasters risked capture to maintain communication between isolated pockets of opposition. The Underground Railroad for Muggle-borns operated without central leadership, each participant knowing only their immediate contacts to prevent complete compromise if individuals were captured. Dumbledore's army at Hogwarts maintained morale through symbolic defiance and practical assistance to punished students, preserving the school's true values despite Death Eater occupation. The aftermath of battle brought the painful process of accounting for the dead and caring for the wounded. Madame Pomfrey, assisted by volunteer healers from St. Mungo's who arrived after news of Voldemort's defeat spread, worked tirelessly in the Great Hall, treating injuries ranging from spell damage to wounds inflicted by giants and acromantulas. For many, physical healing would precede the longer process of psychological recovery from trauma. Witnessing death, experiencing torture, or making decisions that would haunt even those confident they had chosen correctly. In the days following the battle, funerals, both public and private, honored those who had fallen. Fred Weasley was buried near the Burrow, in a ceremony that reflected his vibrant personality, George insisting on bright colors rather than traditional black, and the detonation of Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs, forming a red and gold phoenix in the sky above the gathering. Remus and Tonks were laid to rest side by side, in a quiet ceremony, attended by Order members and former students, with Andromeda Tonks holding infant Teddy throughout the service. The child's hair color changing continuously in apparent response to the emotions around him. A memorial service at Hogwarts, held once the most essential repairs had been completed, honored all who had died defending the school and the values it represented. A white marble monument erected near Dumbledore's tomb listed every name, from house elves to centaurs to students to Order members, with the inscription, "They died that others might live in freedom." The service, attended by ministry officials, international wizarding representatives, and families of the fallen, marked the formal recognition of sacrifice by the institutions these individuals had protected. For survivors, the process of rebuilding lives interrupted or altered by war began immediately, but would continue for years. George Weasley returned to the joke shop he had founded with Fred, eventually expanding the business into an international success that honored his twin's memory through continued laughter. Neville Longbottom, offered positions at both the Auror office and Hogwarts, chose to teach herbology, finding healing and nurturing plants in students rather than continuing to combat dark wizards. Luna Lovegood embarked on expeditions seeking magical creatures that many believed imaginary, her wartime experiences having reinforced rather than diminished her willingness to consider unorthodox possibilities. The war's youngest victims, children, orphaned or traumatized by what they had witnessed, received particular attention in recovery efforts. Teddy Lupin, raised by his grandmother Andromeda with frequent visits from his godfather Harry Potter, grew up knowing his parents through stories rather than direct experience. The photos and memories shared by those who had known them, creating a presence despite absence. Students who had endured the Caro's regime at Hogwarts were offered specialized counseling developed by healers who understood that wounds to the spirit required different treatment than physical injuries. As years passed, the immediate work of mourning and physical reconstruction gradually gave way to the deeper process of building a society less vulnerable to the ideologies that had enabled Voldemort's rise. Educational reforms at Hogwarts emphasized ethics alongside technique, recognizing that magical skill without moral foundation had produced the Death Eaters. Ministry restructuring under Kingsley Shacklebolt's leadership addressed the institutional weaknesses that had allowed infiltration and corruption, and relationships between various magical beings, humans, house elves, centaurs, goblins, and others, began slow evolution toward partnership rather than hierarchy, acknowledging the shared resistance that had ultimately defeated the Dark Lord. The casualties of the Second Wizarding War extended beyond those physically killed to include damaged futures, interrupted educations, and psychological wounds that would never completely heal. Yet the heroism demonstrated throughout the conflict, from spectacular duels to quiet acts of principle when no one was watching, provided templates for reconstruction. Those who survived carried dual responsibilities: to honor the dead by remembering their specific stories rather than reducing them to abstract sacrifice, and to build a world worthy of what had been preserved through their loss. As you drift toward sleep, consider how our understanding of heroism expands in times of crisis to include not just dramatic moments of physical courage, but the quieter fortitude of maintaining principles when compromise seems safer. What unexpected strengths might you discover within yourself if circumstances demanded them? How might the daily choices we make in ordinary times prepare us for extraordinary challenges? And what responsibility do we bear to those who have sacrificed on our behalf, whether in literal battle or through the thousand small acts of service that sustain our communities? Chapter 12. The Aftermath and Rebuilding. Beyond the edges of ordinary perception, societies rebuild after conflict, their scars becoming part of their renewed structure rather than separate from it. As the magical community of Britain emerged from the shadow of Lord Voldemort's defeat, they faced the monumental task of reconstructing not merely buildings and institutions, but the very foundations of wizarding society itself. Tonight we shall explore the aftermath of the Second Wizarding War, and witness how a community devastated by darkness began its journey toward a more just and resilient future. In the days immediately following the Battle of Hogwarts, the practical necessities of recovery took precedence. The castle itself, damaged by giants' clubs, blasted by errant spells, and scorched by magical fires, required extensive repair before it could safely function as a school again. Professor McGonagall, appointed as headmistress by unanimous vote of the surviving governors, coordinated these efforts with characteristic efficiency. Magical artisans from throughout Britain, and even international specialists in ancient architectural enchantments, arrived to assist, recognizing Hogwarts' significance beyond its educational function as a symbol of wizarding resilience and continuity. The Great Hall, which had served as battlefield, hospital, and mourning space, received particular attention. Scorch marks from duels were carefully preserved in one section of wall, transfigured into a memorial relief depicting key moments of the battle. The enchanted ceiling, which had reflected the dawn of Voldemort's defeat, was enhanced with spells allowing it to occasionally show not just the current sky, but significant astronomical events from wizarding history: the night of Hogwarts' founding, the celestial alignment during Merlin's time, and yes, the sunrise following the Battle of Hogwarts itself. While the castle's reconstruction proceeded, temporary governance of magical Britain emerged through an interim leadership council. Kingsley Shacklebolt, appointed acting minister for magic, assembled advisors representing various constituencies rather than the traditional departmental structure. This council included not only senior order members like Arthur Weasley and Hestia Jones, but also representatives from communities often marginalized in magical governance. Phileas Flitwick, speaking for part human wizards, Ferenz maintaining centaur interests, and most revolutionary, Creature representing house elves at Hermione Granger's insistence. This interim government faced immediate challenges beyond physical reconstruction. Hundreds of witches and wizards remained in Azkaban, imprisoned by the Death Eater regime for blood theft or resistance activities. Their release required careful verification processes to distinguish genuine victims from Death Eaters claiming false imprisonment. The Dementors, having abandoned Azkaban to join Voldemort's forces, presented both a security concern and an ethical dilemma, whether to attempt regaining their services as prison guards or to develop alternative confinement methods for genuine dark wizards awaiting trial. The trials themselves represented another complex undertaking. Unlike after the First Wizarding War, when many Death Eaters had escaped justice through influence or claims of being under the Imperious Curse, Kingsley established transparent judicial proceedings with multiple witnesses required, and veritaserum employed when defendants consented. The Wizengamot itself underwent reformation, with members who had collaborated with the Thickness regime recusing themselves from judgment over others until their own cases had been reviewed by a special panel, including international magical jurists. High-profile Death Eaters faced public trials that became part of the community's collective processing of trauma. Dolores Umbridge, charged with crimes against Muggleborns through her role in the Muggleborn Registration Commission, maintained her signature simpering denial of wrongdoing until confronted with testimony from dozens who had lost wands, freedom, and family members through her actions. The Malfoys presented more complicated cases, Lucius imprisoned for confirmed Death Eater activities, while Narcissa and Draco received conditional pardons, acknowledging their late war actions that had, however reluctantly, assisted Harry Potter. For ordinary witches and wizards, recovery involved rebuilding businesses, homes, and daily routines, disrupted by months or years of fear. Diagon Alley gradually regained its vibrant character as boarded windows reopened, revealing shops selling everything from cauldrons to owl treats. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes became a symbol of this renewal. George Weasley, despite his devastating loss, reopened with expanded premises and products that combined commercial success with commemoration, a portion of proceeds funding services for war orphans. Hogwarts reopened that September with significantly altered arrangements. Many students returned to complete education interrupted by war, creating unusual class compositions, older students alongside those chronologically a year or two behind, but often experientially their equals through battle participation. Professor McGonagall instituted a transitional structure acknowledging this reality, with academic advancement based on demonstrated mastery rather than time served, allowing those affected by the Carrow's inadequate instruction to progress at individualized rates. The defense against the dark arts position, its curse apparently broken with Voldemort's death, stabilized under the leadership of former Aurora Hestia Jones, whose curriculum explicitly addressed recent events rather than treating dark magic as an abstract concept. History of Magic, still taught by ghostly Professor Binns, received a significant update through visiting lecturers who had participated in both Wizarding Wars, providing contemporary context for his endless Goblin Rebellion recitations. Most significantly, Muggle Studies became a required course rather than an elective, taught by a Muggle-born wizard who emphasized interconnections between magical and non-magical societies. In London, the Ministry of Magic underwent both physical and organizational reconstruction. The Atrium's Magic is Might monument was not simply removed, but ritually dismantled, its stone components transfigured into a new fountain, depicting diverse magical beings around a circular pool, not in the somewhat condescending harmony of the original Fountain of Magical Brethren, but in a more equal arrangement, suggesting cooperation rather than hierarchy. Above this installation, enchanted windows showed not the artificial weather of pre-war days, but actual sky conditions from different locations in magical Britain. connecting the underground ministry to the communities it served. Structurally, Kingsley's permanent appointment as minister after the interim council period brought significant reforms. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement underwent comprehensive review, with Aurora recruitment expanded and training modified to emphasize ethics alongside combat techniques. The improper use of Magic Office shifted focus from monitoring underage magic, particularly reducing surveillance in Muggle-born homes, to detecting genuinely dangerous dark magic. Most notably, a new Department of Magical Integration was established to examine systemic biases affecting Muggle-borns, magical creatures, and other marginalized groups. Among the most consequential reforms involved the treatment of magical beings previously considered inferior by wizard law. The House Elf Liberatio Name movement, long championed by Hermione Granger as a student cause, received serious institutional attention through a graduated freedom program, allowing elves to transition to paid employment while accommodating those who found immediate independence distressing after generations of servitude. Similar initiatives addressed werewolf employment discrimination, with Remus Lupin posthumously recognized for his contributions to both wizarding wars, despite the condition that had relegated him to poverty between conflicts. International relations required careful reconstruction as well. Other magical governments, which had offered minimal assistance during Voldemort's reign, now sought assurances that Britain's dark wizard problem had been permanently resolved. Kingsley's diplomatic skills proved invaluable as he rebuilt alliances, while gently reminding international partners that isolationism had enabled Voldemort's rise and consolidation of power. The International Confederation of Wizards, meeting in extraordinary session, established new protocols for mutual aid during future dark wizard emergencies, while acknowledging the sovereignty concerns that had previously limited intervention. The psychological impact of the war extended far beyond those directly involved in combat. Mungo's Hospital expanded its spell damage department to include a dedicated ward for war-related trauma, where healers developed new approaches combining magical treatment with talking therapies adapted from Muggle mental health practices. Support groups formed throughout magical communities, creating space for shared experiences among those who had lost family members, survived torture, or made difficult moral choices under Death Eater occupation. For the younger generation who had experienced the war as children or teenagers, the aftermath brought accelerated transitions to adulthood. Many who had fought at Hogwarts chose career paths directly addressing the conditions that had enabled Voldemort's rise. Hermione Granger entered the Department of Magical Law Enforcement with focus on creature rights reform, methodically dismantling discriminatory legislation. Neville Longbottom, after briefly joining the Aurora office to help capture remaining Death Eaters, returned to Hogwarts as herbology professor, his classroom management informed by his year leading Dumbledore's army resistance. Harry Potter himself embodied this generation's approach to rebuilding. Joining the Aurora office, despite being offered immediate leadership positions, he insisted on completing proper training alongside other recruits. His influence manifested not through special authority, but through the practical experience he shared with colleagues. How to recognize dark magic corruption, the importance of addressing causes rather than symptoms of magical extremism, and most significantly, the psychological dynamics that transformed ordinary wizards into followers of charismatic but dangerous leaders. The survivors of Dumbledore's army maintained their connections into adulthood, annual gatherings evolving from remembrance of fallen friends to organizational meetings for continued reform efforts. Luna Lovegood established the Quibbler as a legitimate alternative press, combining her father's interest in extraordinary creatures with serious investigative journalism regarding remaining Death Eater sympathizers and corruption in magical institutions. Ginny Weasley, after a successful career with the Holyhead Harpies, became a prominent sports correspondent whose commentary subtly reinforced values of fair play and inclusion that contrasted with pure-blood elitism. Memory and commemoration became central to rebuilding efforts. May 2nd, the anniversary of the Battle of Hogwarts, was established as Remembrance Day, not a mournful holiday, but one balancing solemn recognition of sacrifice with celebration of the freedom preserved. The ceremony at Hogwarts each year featured the reading of names, testimonials from survivors, and the renewal of protective enchantments around the castle, symbolically reinforcing that security required ongoing commitment rather than complacency. Educational reforms extended beyond Hogwarts to address how young witches and wizards were prepared for magical society. The tradition of keeping magical children isolated from Muggle education until age 11 underwent reconsideration, with optional integrated early schooling developed for families wanting their children to understand both worlds. Wizard families like the Weasleys, who had previously provided home instruction in basic literacy and numeracy, increasingly sent their children to programs where they learned, alongside Muggle-born magical children, identified early through ministry monitoring, creating formative cross-cultural friendships before house sorting could potentially separate them. The pure-blood families who had formed Voldemort's support base faced complex adjustments in the post-war society. Some retreated into isolated enclaves, maintaining traditional practices while avoiding broader wizarding society. Others, particularly those with younger members who had witnessed the destructive endpoints of supremacist ideology, cautiously engaged with reforms. The Greengrass family established scholarships for Muggle-born students, while even Lucius Malfoy, after serving a reduced sentence negotiated through information provided about former associates, made substantial anonymous donations to war orphan support services. Media transformation played a crucial role in the rebuilding process. The Daily Prophet, discredited by its compliance with both ministry denial before the war and Death Eater propaganda during the conflict, underwent editorial restructuring with new policies requiring verification from multiple sources and clear separation between reporting and opinion. Potterwatch veterans like Lee Jordan established alternative news services emphasizing transparency and accountability, while magical wireless programming expanded to include regular interviews with Muggle-born wizards, sharing perspectives previously marginalized in mainstream magical discourse. Economic reconstruction created opportunities to address pre-existing inequities. Gringotts, damaged during the trio's dramatic escape with Hufflepuff's cup, negotiated repairs alongside revised treaties addressing goblin-wizard relations. The Wizarding Bank maintained its independence, but established joint oversight committees for artifacts of mixed heritage, items made by goblins but historically owned by wizards, creating nuanced approaches to property concepts that had fueled centuries of conflict. Similar economic diplomacy improved relations with centaurs regarding forest management, merpeople concerning lake access, and other magical communities whose cooperation strengthened the rebuilt society. Perhaps the most profound transformation occurred in the relationship between magical Britain and the Muggle world it existed alongside. The Statute of Secrecy remained necessary for wizarding security, but its implementation evolved from complete separation to selected integration. The Minister for Magic established more substantive relationships with the Muggle Prime Minister, creating coordinated responses to threats affecting both communities. Muggle relatives of magical children received improved support, navigating their unexpected connection to wizarding society, while the misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office shifted from quaint obsession with Muggle curiosities to meaningful cultural exchange. 19 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, as a new generation of students boarded the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station, the platform contained visible evidence of how thoroughly wizarding society had transformed. The children of war heroes, young Potters, Weasleys, and Lupins, mingled with descendants of families who had stood on opposite sides of the conflict. Parents who had once dueled one another now acknowledged each other with civil nods, their shared investment in their children's futures overriding past enmities. Even Draco Malfoy, once the embodiment of pure-blood arrogance, raised a son encouraged to form his own opinions rather than inherit prejudices. The rebuilding of magical Britain after the Second Wizarding War represented more than recovery from specific damage. It constituted a fundamental re-evaluation of what wizarding society could become when guided by principles of justice, inclusion, and mutual respect rather than tradition for tradition's sake. The scars remained, in castle walls deliberately preserved, in families with empty places at tables, in survivors who still woke from nightmares of battles fought. Yet these very wounds, acknowledged rather than hidden, served as reminders of the continuous vigilance required to maintain the peace so dearly purchased. As you drift towards sleep, consider how societies might choose to rebuild after conflict, whether to simply restore what was lost, or to create something more just than what existed before. What traditions in our own world merit preservation for their wisdom, and which might require reconsideration for the limitations they impose? How might we honor those who sacrificed for our present, while building a future that demands fewer such sacrifices? And what role might each of us play, however modest, in creating communities resilient against the darkness that periodically emerges in human affairs?